Yeah, and all it took was doing it without Setch. It's basically the same thing. Oh, Cree, you're muted.
God
I think you're
damn it.
Yeah.
Muted boomer bird. Or burb. Yeah, I was muted for all that. God damn it. Oh, that's annoying. What
At
I
least
was
you caught it
saying,
early.
at least, well, kind of. I mean, I still said quite a lot while I was muted, so that's, yeah. Anyways, as I was saying, we're covering another video about plot holes today, and I do not get this mentality at all, where, like, actively arguing against criticizing a film for its shortcomings, or a game, because it's one thing if you want to watch a movie or play a game and just, like, go turn your brain off mode. I can understand that. Sometimes you don't, like, you just want dumb fun, and that's fine. That's why I play Fallout 3 sometimes. I'm not looking to, I'm not looking for an engaging experience. I just want to shoot things, you know?
Yeah.
Or maybe there's just some, like, fun, dumb action movie where, like, the entire point is, like, yeah, whatever, I don't care about the story. That's one thing. But to be like, well, talking about plot holes is bad. Criticizing films for, like, breaks in logic that actually destroy the film, you shouldn't be doing that. This is why you shouldn't care. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's just really weird to me. You're kind of watching movies wrong. God, I fucking hate that video so much. Have you
Oh my god.
What?
Ultimate 825 says, at Setch, Acer tried to play Gothic.
Oh god.
Oh, man. Yeah, his
sure it went
level
very
of autism
well.
would not be able to handle those controls.
Such Pagan, have you ever seen the EFAP where they cover Patrick Willem's plot hole video?
Sounds familiar.
I think I have.
Because if you haven't seen that, you need to, because it's such a shitty video that he made. I mentioned it last time, JXC's video about the Patrick Williams... I almost called him Williams. Willems plot hole video. JXC's video is good on that. Membership message from Bezin for 10 months. Thank you. An owl, a pony, and a dragon. All you need is a priest and you can walk into a bar. Oh. Well, it's a good thing that Setch is a priest.
Well, kind of, yeah.
The gun priest. Actually, that would be, like, a cool, like, character type for a game. The gun priest. Like, not even a priest that wields guns, but just, like, this epic lore master of guns who, like, you know?
You kind of have that in...
I was about to say, so a Warhammer priest.
No, well, Warhammer priest, sure, but you have that in Enter the Gungeon as well. Like, there are little, like, ammo-mancers and stuff like that. It's funny as fuck. and I shit you not, like, that's the entire point behind them. You know, it's just great.
Yeah, that does sound pretty good. That's a game I need to play more of. Enter the Gungeon. I'm terrible, but
yeah. Oh, I'm terrible at it too. I try so hard, and I don't know what happens. I'll just have those moments where my brain just goes like, "Well, walk in a projectile."
Gun Priest, are you by chance affiliated with Gun Jesus? Ah.
Of course, Gun Jesus is our Lord and Savior. For anyone that doesn't know, it's Ian Malcolm from Ian Malcolm. No. Oh my God! It's Ian from Forgotten Weapons. I said Malcolm and it's McCall. Holy shit, Ian Malcolm, bro.
Because I just started listening to the Jurassic Park audiobook, and we just watched Jurassic Park recently, and, like, you saying Ian Malcolm, the Gun Priest or whatever, or Gun Jesus, just, like, the character has fucking nothing to do with guns. I don't think he ever touches one in the original movie. And...
As some dude said, guns find a way, and then Duncan says, bullets, find a way. What gun would Jesus choose? Well, it'd be French, because, you know, Ian is a Francophile, for sure.
Anyways. Do we have anything to talk about before we start, or should we just get into the video?
We watched Monty Python and the Holy Grail, which is fantastic. I love that movie. That movie still holds up, but I totally forgot about the whole, like, opening credits joke, just because there's so many other jokes in it, that joke being there is just kind of, you know, it exists. It's amazing, all the, like, little jokes I forgot.
Yeah,
because everybody remembers all the big stuff, right?
That's one of those movies that's just so packed with jokes that, yeah, there is stuff you forget, like all the horny women at Castle Anthrax.
Yep. You know, give her a spanking. Oh, a spanking, a spanking. Yes, and then you must give each of us a spanking. I think almost everybody remembers the Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch.
The biggest ones are the Killer Rabbit and the Holy Hand Grenade and the Black Knight.
What is your favorite color? Blue. No, wait, yellow! Is the other one.
Yeah, the bridge.
The French taunting. Knights of Knee.
Yes.
Bring Out Your Dead. People will remember bits and pieces of the witch one, but they don't remember exactly, like, why do witches burn? Because they're made of wood? Exactly. What else? And what just happens with wood is put in water. It floats. And what else floats? Bread? Tiny bits of rock? A duck. Yes. Therefore, if she weighs as much as a duck, she's a witch.
I like how the scales are completely fucked up. They don't even work.
Yeah, it's great.
Of course, there's that classic moment. Me and my dad used to quote, like, lots of TV shows and movies to each other, and that's one we do a lot was, she turned me into a newt. A newt? I got better.
And the one I had forgotten about until it came up, the Black Beast of Og. It was like, and then they get saved. Like, fortunately for them, and unfortunately for us, the animator of this cartoon had a heart attack.
Yeah, I fucking love that little the way he, like, crinkles up and falls backwards. I love that.
Yeah.
Oh, he wouldn't just write that out if he was dying. Well, he did.
Well, that's what it says. But he wouldn't write out Og. He would just stop writing. It says Og on the wall. Okay, that's what it says.
One of my favorite jokes too is they're meeting the sorcerer and he's casting all these, like, fire explosion spells around them. He looks like a total fantasy character, and they ask him his name, and he's like, There are some who call me Tim.
Him.
It's just...
I fucking love the wizard. The wizard was great. And I love that he tries to warn them about the rabbit. They don't listen.
What do you mean? That's just a rabbit. How harmless how much damage could it be? Well, look at it. Look at it. Look at his teeth. Look at the bones. Do you see the bones?
Oh god! And then the classic fucking of him running at the castle and never getting closer.
Yes.
Until he just randomly teleports there.
Hey. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I thought your son was a woman. Well, he might as well be.
Oh, hold on. This is gonna be hilarious if it's true. The thing there is, John Cleese forgot the actual name, which was more fantastical, and improvised Tim, and they kept it.
That'd be amazing. Even better that it's played straight from that point on. Real good improv.
See, that's the thing,
but
too,
it would make
though,
sense why there was such a delay trying to remember what the fucking name was.
Yeah, that would make sense, but I think it's funny on its own that they've got this whole comedy thing going, and then they try to go for an actual fantasy name with, like, Tim or something like that. It's the funniest possible thing you could have done with that.
God, it is a classic for a reason. Yeah. I think Life of Brian is better for being more cohesive and having more of a point behind it. But Monty Python and the Holy Grail is just fantastic. Granted, there are issues like with the Knights Who Say Ni. The word it is supposed to be bad, but they say it multiple times before it's supposedly bad. It's just weird.
Mm.
That's what makes the biggest dickest scene so funny in Life of Brian. The guards weren't supposed to laugh.
Yeah. The rumor is, and again, this is another one of those, we don't know if it's true or not. It's just something that the Pythons have said was true. But, you can't really trust that everything they say it happened, you know? But the rumor was that the extras were told that if any of them laughed, they would be fired.
Really?
Yeah. So that was supposed to keep them to hold them together. They were supposed to not laugh or chuckle or smile or anything. They were supposed to just be guards.
See, that, though, I feel could lead into funny situations on its own where they're like, struggling not to laugh when something happens that's just really funny or they're not expecting.
Yeah, exactly. That's why the biggest dickest thing was there. Because they weren't expecting... What's so funny about the name Biggest? Biggest. My friend is named Biggest Dickus. Oh, does that get a rise out of you, Biggest Dickus?
My father was a woman.
Anyway, should we get on with the video?
Oh. Is there anything else?
Yeah, I don't know. Can we stall this some more? Oh, I did find
watched.
a weird Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I watched Pippa's stream last night, and oh my god, like she's so fucking paranoid. Oh my god, she is actually a schizo. It's hilarious.
It's like the other day she was doing she was making chat bots. So she was actually like making AI chat characters who people could talk to and stuff like that. And the first one, of course, naturally had to be Glowbot.
Oh yeah.
So she made an actual Glowy.
I like how yesterday she was watching all these like really fucked up videos. And there was one of like a guy who followed this woman home and he couldn't get into the locked door, but then like the neighbors camera revealed that he had been walking around their house for like 5 minutes after that. And his shoes, for whatever reason, are so reflective that it looks like he's wearing glowing clown shoes. And she's like, literally glowing, run him over.
You can see him in the dark. You hit them with your cards, what you do.
And I love that she discovered the fucking enhancement option on Opera. There, you know, like on the videos and stuff, you can click this little button that like makes it really crusty and I don't know. It looks really bad. Like whenever I use it, it just makes everything look really crusty and bad. But it's supposed to be like an enhancement thing. And she had it on the whole time, and chat was like telling her to turn it off. And she was like, "What? This button? It doesn't do anything." And then she clicks it, and she's like, she sits there for like 5 minutes, like, "What the fuck is this? What the fuck?" And then she's like playing this video where this guy crashes off of like a mountain and is falling to his death. And she pauses. She's like, "Wow, you can really see it in the dirt particles as this guy dies."
Yeah, I caught bits and pieces of that yesterday. I was working on stuff, though, which you two already saw.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah.
Oh, it was great. It was fucking... God, it was really sad when she started talking about the fact that, like, she's so anxiety-filled that she just locks up and accepts death the moment, like, she hears a noise in her house, and it's why she likes live streaming so much, because she gets to feel like she's a part of something without having to like commit to it or go outside where she's afraid she's gonna die if she steps outside. So she just stays inside and watches VTubers because she's a neat that's scared to go outside. I'm like, Jesus. And apparently it gets so bad for her that she like curls up under her bed with her blankets and shit and just like passes out from like stress and stuff. I'm like, fucking hell. No wonder you take meds. Jesus.
The meds are kicking in.
The meds are kicking in.
Alright, we can't delay this video forever, though.
Sure we can. $5 from Grandmaster Pie. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You guys should watch the eulogy John Cleese did. It's hilarious.
Oh.
£5 from Threadnought. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
He has a wife, you know. Do you know what her name is? Incontinentia. Incontinentia buttocks. Get on with it! Yes, get on with it!
Yeah, we're going to get on with it. That's why it was showing such as lit up. I had Discord minimized for some reason, and when you minimize it, it stops updating the green ring.
Frame. Yeah. Whatever it was.
Oh yeah. One thing, I was watching a series Fauna stream the other day, and I just saw chat light up with "you again" at one moment where everyone was just going "you again," and she didn't understand the reference, and I was like, "Oh my god."
What game was she playing?
She was playing some fucking like old Flash game.
Ah.
Yeah, it was like a milkshake maker game.
Was it specifically a Fallout 3 reference, or were they just saying that like in reference to something else?
I don't know. That's the thing. It's like she had some nemesis with this guy that kept showing up, but she couldn't remember why she hated him, and she was like, "I don't like you."
That's
for
actually
some
very
reason.
fitting for Fallout 3.
Yeah, and then everyone in chat was just going, "You again, you again."
Well, I mean, it is the most iconic line from Fallout 3.
Yeah. I couldn't tell if it was meant to be a reference or if it was just genuinely people going, "You again," for no reason, or just like in reference to this guy showing up at the store. Oh yeah, it was Papa's Milkshake game, yeah. That fucking weird Flash game. She was playing that. It was really funny.
Well, I suppose we can get to it. I guess we can tell chat though that we are almost done with Deep Space Nine season 2. We've got what, 3 episodes left?
4.
4 episodes left. So yeah, we're right there. We're right there. We're almost done. So we'll be doing a stag about season 2 here soon.
In fact, we can delay just a little bit more. Pagan, what are your thoughts so far in Season 2, especially compared to Season 1?
I think it's a lot better than Season 1. I'm liking it a lot more than the first season, although I did like the first season.
Yeah,
Would you say that the reason you feel it's better is the characters got better, or are the plots better? Like, what makes you feel that way so far?
So far, I would say the characters have gotten better.
Okay. Do you think it's because the actors have kind of found their footing, or is the writing just better for it, or is it?
Bashir is no longer insufferable. I can actually stand him now. That's good.
Yeah, thank God.
I like that characters like Garrick are getting more fleshed out, and we get to see more of like Gul Dukat and what he is about and stuff. And it's very interesting seeing him interact with the crew on missions and stuff. It's a lot more interesting than the first season in that regard.
Because we'll talk about it when we cover the season, but we get moments where a lot of the times when things aren't super serious, Gul Dukat is kind of like playing around with Cisco, being a smartass and stuff. Yeah. But then we get the episode where they're working together, and you know he's playing around. Yeah, I've memorized these consoles already. I know how to use them. Blah 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 blah. Why don't you turn mine on? And then they have to deal with the Cardassian ships, and they're ignoring him, and he gets like super fucking serious mode real quick. It's so great seeing that turn of character like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Because it's a very un-Cardassian thing to do, to not obey your elders, not obey your rank of command. Like that, and it gets brought up multiple times in the second season. We'll definitely go more into that, but there's a reason that The Never-Ending Sacrifice is one of Cardassia's greatest books.
$2 from Scoopmeister, thank you. Do you have sufficient tabs, Owlman? There is never enough. In fact, I'm going to open up 5 more right now. Are you guys ready?
Might as well be. I've got the video in. It's in now.
Alright, I was going to do that.
Too late.
Alright. On your go, Cree.
Alrighty.
I just realized he had stuff on his icon thing. I missed the very first one.
I
saw
think it said
video
podcasts.
essays and then some.
I think it said podcasts.
Okay. Oh, you're right. Podcast, video essays, and more.
It would be funny if you went to the channel and there isn't and more. There's just video essays and podcasts.
Yeah.
And they added the add more or and more because that just sounds better.
Or if they decide to do something completely out of left field, and people are like, "What the fuck is this?" And, well, we did say "and more."
There's just a fucking random Life of Luxury style video on there.
Yeah. Or there's just a random "could this be a haunted house" video just out there. It's like, what the fuck?
You already brought it up, so I have to do it. Number 15.
Oh my god, yeah, that was another thing. Pippa was watching those
Chills
weird videos. Yeah, and fucking Chills came up, her chat was fucking losing it. They can't stand him. And if you watch that chat, you can just see my message scroll by that just says "Chills is love, Chills is life" in response to everyone being like, "Turn this guy off."
Oh god.
I felt this way for a long... I'm just going to come right out and say it. I can't stand the modern film analysis culture of plot holes.
Okay, well, let's just destroy this notion right out of the gate. It's not a modern film thing, right? People have been pointing out plot holes since film began, okay? People have been pointing out plot holes in storylines. People are pointing out plot holes in fucking Arthur Conan Doyle's Sherlock Holmes series, for God's sake.
That's actually an interesting thing too, because I mentioned the Patrick Willems video earlier. I think it was his video that EFAP covered. Maybe it was a different one, but I'm like 90% sure it was that one. One of the arguments he brings up, if I'm correct, that it's his video, of course, is that the use of plot holes only is only a very recent thing, essentially, because he used Google Trends to see how often the word was used over the years. And
Google Trends, yeah, the thing that didn't exist before.
No, I know.
Oh.
But the point he was trying to make is that, oh yeah, it's a more recent thing. This isn't something people really cared about before. I think what this comes down to is that they think plot hole is a buzzword, and I guess nothing more. Because it's just a shorthand way of saying the story has a major contradiction that is damaging to the world and stakes and everything else. You know?
Yeah. Again, they've been around since we started telling stories. Like, that's always been a thing.
Yeah. I'm
People
sure the
always
Odyssey...
question, like, it'd be weird if there's a time in history where nobody questioned anything in any plot whatsoever.
Yeah.
That'd be fucking weird.
Yeah,
because I'm sure, like, Homer's Odyssey, like, was accused of having plot holes and shit.
Yeah, people didn't just suddenly, like, start noticing, hey, this thing in the story is inconsistent in the last, like, 20 to 30 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's annoying because it literally just feels like, oh, well, you know, YouTube analysis and reviews only started happening, like, you know, like less than a decade ago. So therefore, this is a new thing. And it's like, no, just because people found a new medium to do it in doesn't mean that it's new. You fucking idiot.
Yeah. That might be another factor, too, is that finding criticism of things is insanely easier now than it was even, like, 30 years ago. Because 30 years ago, you know, you could read opinion pieces in newspapers or watch, I'm pretty sure there were different shows out there that were about, like, giving quick film reviews and stuff. Like, the TV at work is on a news station, and every so often they'll have a segment about movies that just came out, and they'll have a guy come in and say, like, give a quick 30-second opinion on a movie. The kind of in-depth analysis stuff that is easily accessible to us today wasn't really around back then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because back then it was mainly just like short TV stuff where, you know, like Siskel and Ebert and stuff like that. People would watch them. But not everyone could do that. And it's like, if you wanted to do it, which a lot of people did, a lot of people loved to criticize movies and stuff back then too. It's just they didn't have access to stuff like YouTube, so they'd have to go on to like internet forums and stuff like that and just write, or like a blog post or something, and just write an entire review there.
Well, even before that, even before Internet 1.0 existed, what would you have to do to get your critique out there? What if that's what you wanted to do? Well, you'd have to practice up your craft and then put in your resume with multiple different papers or television stations and try to get on one of those.
Yeah, and if you didn't, your literal best option was just talking about it amongst your friends.
Yeah.
Or family. Or both. So, maybe some of the perception that this is a new thing is simply due to how, in many of our lifetimes, it wasn't widely accessible where people could give in-depth reviews or analysis on stuff. And now we are at that point where any asshole with a microphone and an owl icon can put out a fucking 8-hour video.
Yep. The barrier to entry has become almost non-existent at this point.
As evidenced by a lot of people who should have gotten fucking filtered.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Including most of the people we've covered.
Yeah.
Not to be rude or anything, but there's definitely some people we've covered who are maybe in the wrong line of work.
You mean like a certain litigious asshole? Who I fucking love that he used my argument, my insult in a fucking public court document and then attributed it to you falsely. Like,
Well, that's the funniest
idiot.
thing. He's been constantly attributing the Bleach comment to me.
I know, it's just like, oh my god, you fucking idiot. I said that. You know I said that. You specifically banned me from your stream because you know I said that. And you're still gonna fucking say it was Cree, you piece of shit.
Okay, just because people in chat might not know. The lawsuit against Sophie and P by Acerthorn, the motion for reconsideration was denied. He's put in an appeal for that. That's probably going to get denied too. With the Enclave Emily one, which myself, Sid Alpha, and others are involved in, he was given yet another chance to like try and fix his lawsuit. He was told to amend his complaint, keep it short and plain, and he can't add any new defendants or claims. So what he did was, the original complaint was, I believe, 11 pages. The first amended complaint was 34 pages. So to keep it short and plain, his new one is fucking 69 pages. And he definitely did keep it plain when he's calling people who are harassing him flying monkeys and saying, I drank the Kool-Aid of fucking Sophie and P's harassment campaign or whatever.
Yeah.
I drank the Kool-Aid of people I didn't even know existed because I said his fucking New Vegas video is shit. That makes no sense. But, he also added another claim against Sid Alpha that wasn't there before. So, 3 of the 4 things he wasn't supposed to do, he did.
Yeah, it's not looking good on his end.
Like, I haven't read the full document. I'm thinking of doing a morning roast on it at some point when I can. But, like, just skip to a random point and you're going to find something fucking insane. It is great. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I like that people in chat are being like, and you know, they're referencing the whole, you know, what Cree said was actually worse. So it's funny that he's focusing on you.
Yes,
remember,
I said
guys,
that.
he's focusing on me because it turns out he actually did. It's a personal thing. He
Because, yeah,
actually did try to drink bleach.
Try to drink bleach.
Yeah, so he took it personally. He didn't even hear what Cree said because he was just so focused on the, how did they know? How did they know I drank bleach? Motherfuckers, I don't care about the labels.
Because, yeah, that's something I said in Sid Alpha's Discord yesterday, too. It's the thing I said was worse. Because, yeah, drinking bleach, that's pretty bad. The thing I said was, people like this are the reason there's labels on hairdryers to not stick your dick in them.
Yep.
That is so much worse. It's like an infinitely higher level of stupidity.
Yep, which is why it just got fucking funnier. Like that it was going for pagan, and it got just even funnier when we found out it was fucking true that he did actually drink bleach.
Yeah, when we found out in like fucking court documents that he actually did drink bleach. What a fucking idiot.
The self-owns lately have been real.
Yeah, it's been pretty funny. Anyways, that was a tangent.
Yeah.
It sucks the joy out of what would otherwise be perfectly fine films, and
By the existence of plot holes themselves, they're not perfectly fine.
Exactly. A plot hole means that's a flaw already, so they're not perfectly fine. And also, we're back to this nonsense. It sucks the joy out of it. You know what sucks the joy out of it? When you're watching a movie and you're engaged, and suddenly there's a massive plot hole that entirely destroys the entire concept of the film.
Hey, this story about fucking magical people, they have a thing that lets them go back in time? Wow, that seems like everyone would want to use that to save their loved ones, or just do fucking whatever. Man, I sure hope the bad guys don't get a hold of... This was so damaging. that in the 5th book, J.K. Rowling literally wrote it so all the Time Turners got fucking destroyed. Because she could not keep the universe going with such a powerful item there.
Yeah, the Time Turners in and of themselves, like, completely destroy the entire universe of Harry Potter.
Because, like, everyone would want them, especially, like, the evil magical Dark Lord.
Yeah. And they do at least try to say that what happens in Harry Potter is the perfect timeline theory, where even if you go back in time, you're always meant to go back in time and do that exact thing, and therefore you caused every single thing that happened. Even if you try to prevent it, you're actually the cause of it. You can't actually change shit. And that's what they kind of show in the Harry Potter movie, where again, they're like, oh, in this particular scene right here, oh no, they're gonna find us inside the cabin and everything like that. So Harry picks up a rock and throws it at himself. Earlier in the movie, you remember that Harry got hit in the back of the head and was like, oh, what was that? And turned and looked and saw the Ministry was coming.
Mm-hmm.
So again, they try to show that it was this whole time, and Harry even uses that as part of the plot. It is like, I cast the Patronus because I knew I could cast it, because I saw myself casting it before. It wasn't my father I saw, it was me. So therefore, I knew I could do it.
That's how they handle it in the book, too. Yeah. And if that was it alone, like, if this was a unique device that had just been discovered or whatever, that would be one thing. You could lock that down. They explain it that there's a fucking bunch of them, and they just handed one out to a student at school. And, like, I just find there to be so many problems with it. Again, like, this would be the most valuable item ever to certain people, especially, like, the Dark Evil Lord who wants to do terrible and horrible things to people. Why wouldn't he want one of those? Especially, like, when he knows his own life is in danger, and he could take, like, extra opportunities to kill Harry or whatever.
Well, that's another thing. Elstube says, what is the point of a cloak of invisibility when you have a spell that can turn you invisible? Well, because the spell isn't supposed to be perfect, but the cloak of invisibility is literal perfect invisibility.
Yeah, it's
like
not...
that's supposed to be Death's Shroud. You're literally invisible from everything. Magic can't detect you. Nothing can detect you at all.
I have a problem with that, though. That actually might work better in the movies. I still have to watch them. I'm 4 movies in. I finished the books, the audiobooks. Mad-Eye Moody's eye... Well, Barty Crouch Jr. pretending to be Mad-Eye Moody. His eye sees through the cloak.
Yeah, so then, therefore, it doesn't make sense that it is Death's Shroud, and Death can't see through it. But you have some magical item made from mortals that can. It's weird. There's a lot of weirdness with it.
That, I have to attribute one of those, that mistake there being one of those things where, oh, she didn't think about that happening when she decided it's Death's Shroud thing. This is a unique cloak of invisibility that's perfect, not like all the others that wear out or fade over time.
Or that you can technically see a person because you'll have a shimmer or something like that. I think that's how they explain the invisibility spells, is that if you're actually paying attention, you can see somebody in invisibility.
Yeah.
But you have to be, like, keenly, like, tuned in and aware and paying attention to your surroundings. Death is Velma from Scooby-Doo without her glasses.
Oh, God.
It's amazing how often that will help solve the plot in Scooby-Doo as well. Like, once or twice, funny little thing here, but then you realize it happens a lot in Scooby-Doo.
Scooby-Doo is one of those things where I give the pass to, because, like, it's just a derp cartoon.
Yep. Granted, that was also where people would randomly change skin and hair color and stuff like that, because I don't know why they would, like, do that. They would just get it wrong. And so suddenly Shaggy is blonde hair and stuff like that. It's just like, it's just weird stuff like that everywhere.
As long as it's not Velma from Velma, yeah. That's kind of why I went, oh god, because that was my first thought when I saw Velma. I still only seen the one episode, and that was fucking brutal. Jesus Christ.
Didn't they turn that into a thing though? Like, because I remember there was like, I think it was the mistake where Shaggy had blonde hair, and I think he had like a red shirt once, and they just decided to make him like alternate universe Shaggy.
Probably. Just give my that sesh. Velma, I can't see without my glasses. Johnny Bravo, I can't be seen without my glasses.
That was a funny crossover.
It was.
Yeah.
Johnny Bravo was just a good show in general, just because it's so goofy.
Yeah.
Hey there, baby.
Hoo-ha-hoo.
Times out of 10 on Reddit nitpicking for a few upvotes.
Holy shit.
Remember,
everyone I dislike is a Redditor.
Yes.
Every criticism I dislike is nitpicking.
Yep, every single one. No validity. No, they don't actually damage the plot at all. They're a problem, but it's inconsequential to the plot. Just always. Sorry, I said 9 times out of 10, so 90% of the time.
I've genuinely come to fucking despise the term nitpicking.
Yeah.
Like, no one uses it right. It's always used to, like, hand wave actual issues. It's never... I've never once seen someone actually use it outside of, like, our group and people like us who point out, yeah, a glass of water changing levels in a scene, that's an inconsistency, but it doesn't change anything. So that's a nitpick. Yep. I've never seen it used in that way.
Whenever it's somebody trying to say you're just nitpicking, they always try to take it in the most disingenuous, bad faith way possible.
Yeah, well, it's because they think it's a fucking kill shot against your criticism.
Yeah. And it comes from just people that are just so fucking dishonest. They can't admit that there's problems with it, so they just have to try to deflect away from it.
$5 from Abdulio. Thank you. Have you guys seen the Tetris movie yet? I thought it had a great sound... Yeah, a great soundtrack and great pacing. No, I haven't.
I have not. I do want to watch the Mario movie at some point.
I do too.
Yeah, me too.
Membership message from the Wayfarer for 14 months. Thank you. That's like saying gun control laws are totally fine. Stop complaining, even though they never work, and leave them to helpless criminals. Yep.
Yeah.
Like, it's just oxymoronic to me. We're gonna make laws to prevent criminals from doing the thing. But
all it
they're
does
criminals.
is embolden them and make it easier for them to do this.
The literal definition of a criminal is someone who breaks the law.
Yep.
So why would they listen to this one?
Yeah. And, as I said, it does the exact opposite. It causes all of them.
Yeah, it allows them to victimize people. Oh,
yeah,
honest,
because it makes
people,
wider areas where they'll be safer to commit their crimes.
Honest, upstanding people can't use a gun or anything else to defend themselves, but particularly a gun. So it's easier for me, a criminal who does have a gun, to victimize them. It's fucking dumb.
Yeah, it's utter insanity. There is literally no... In fact, there's every evidence that gun control not only doesn't work, it makes the problem worse. Gun control is bad. There is no evidence anywhere out there that gun control works.
Yeah, because if you're a criminal intent on victimizing someone, whether that's robbery or murder or other things, if there's a possibility you have a gun, they're gonna, like, have second thoughts.
Yeah.
Yep.
Maybe...
It's why when we had even more guns compared to our population post-World War II, and a massive swath of people who could actually use those weapons well and competently, wow, there wasn't mass shootings. Crime was way down.
Yeah.
I wonder if there's a correlation here.
And there's so many examples too. whether it's, a shooter just outright admitting they didn't choose another target because they felt it was too heavily secured or it had security, or, all the times that a fucking shooter showed up to do this stuff and then they got fucking dropped as soon as they started, or just the Mexican cartel thing where the only like safe town in in the area where the cartel is most control everything, the only safe town is the one that said fuck the government and decided to defend themselves with the guns. Like, they're the only ones that have guns, and they chase the fucking cartel out. It's like, it's almost like we know for a fucking fact that gun control doesn't actually help the people. Amazing how that works.
Yeah, man. Deus Vult brings up the Siege of Athens. Guns saved a community. Guns didn't save a community. Guns saved the United States at the Battle of Athens.
Yeah.
Yep. Also,
like, for anyone that hasn't, we won't go into it, because that'll get pretty fucking heavily into some stuff. But look up the Battle of Athens, Tennessee, and there's a reason why a certain group doesn't want you learning about the Battle of Athens, Tennessee.
Count Dankula did a video on it, and it's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$5. Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, because we were on that topic, I sent something in our chat that you guys might like.
Yeah, saw that. $5 from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you. Hey, Setch, if I'm not mistaken, you were in the Marines. If so, I have a few questions.
I was in the Marines, but I don't call myself a Marine. Because I'm very specific on that, because I didn't finish the Crucible. I got medically discharged before the Crucible. My platoon finished. In fact, I got to watch them graduate. That, we'll talk about something that'll be like a knife wound. Go through all that hardship, and then you don't make it, but everybody else does. Well, not everybody. There was a couple other who got dropped for injuries and stuff like that. They had to be recycled back a unit. But what I'm saying is, for the most part, my platoon made it, and I watched them graduate from recruit separations, and oh my god, I hated it so much. That's about as morale crippling as you can possibly get. There's the reason I had depression for a long time. That and the letters from home. That was the worst. They tell you to write. So they tell you, hey, if your loved one's going into the military, they tell you to write your letters as if life is going on without them. Oh, that super did not help me. Oh yeah, we're all having fun and everything, and and we're gonna go through the holidays and have Thanksgiving and everything. It's just like, yep, I'm gonna go neck myself. Be right back. Yeah, it's why that there are mortality rates, stuff like that, in training. It happens. They're supposed to break you, but the drill instructors didn't break me. It was all the letters from home. They were awful. They're awful. I got to the point where I wouldn't read them. I'd just flush them down the toilet. Yeah, the plot holes thing is really stupid. Partially just think this is such a cover story, and in truth, he's a highly trained Navy SEAL. Oh, hell no.
I was muted.
Well, at least you only said one thing, so.
Yeah. I read out Buckethead and Screendoor's comment. You shouldn't care about plot holes equals stop complaining about your food being raw. And I just said, yeah, I've never understood this complaint. It's kind of fucking alien to me, actually, because... Again, it's one thing, personally not caring about plot holes. Okay, whatever, that's fine. But making the argument that you shouldn't care about plot holes, I don't know, it's just weird.
Yeah. Don't think, just consume. Turn off brain.
$5 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you. Good enough. Which brand of crayons taste the best? My dad is in the army, by the way. Should be retiring soonish.
Crayola.
I wasn't even aware there were other brands. I thought there was just Crayola.
There are other brands. They're all over the place.
I thought there was just Crayola and then, like, the cheap store name brands.
You have multiple store name brands, and then you have multiple, like, like, mass distribution brands that are stuff for, like, restaurants and things like that. You know, for those places that allow, like, here's for the kids menu, and they bring out those really shitty crayons.
Yeah. $5 from the Wayfarer. Thank you. Gun control laws only serve to empower the government, not the people. Just look at Cuba, Russia, China, Venezuela, and most recently, Canada.
Yep.
That felt good to say. Now that that's out of my system, let's get into exactly what I mean by all this.
Please do, because, yeah.
Oxford Languages, or a quick Google search, defines a plot hole as an inconsistency in the narrative or character development of a book, film, television show, etc.
Alright. So with that definition, what is wrong with talking about them? Why is it not like a genuine criticism of the movie that there's a big fault in it, and it's just, oh, people nitpicking on Reddit for upvotes?
Yeah.
Because with that definition there, that seems pretty significant to me.
It's like, it'll be amazing to hear how you're going to twist this, because, by the way, that you just said what would otherwise be a flawless movie experience, right? So, I'm sorry, but no, here is a flaw. This is literally a flaw.
By actual definition, it's a flaw. Granted, it's still not as stupid as last week's example of people are using... Well, how did that go? People are pointing out plot holes as evidence that a thing is flawed.
Yeah, and it's like, yeah, a plot hole by
definition is a flaw.
Necessitates that it is flawed.
Yeah. Because if you break it down, if you translate it, people are using this flaw as an example of why this thing is flawed. That's why I freaked out last week at that statement. Saying something is perfectly fine but could still have plot holes is still dumb, but it's not as bad as a flaw isn't proof of a flaw.
Yeah. Oh, I do want to talk about this, because this is actually topical to something I'm working on. $5 from Light of the Twin Lamps. Thank you very much. Does it make sense to apply anachronism to fictional universes, such as why technology appears more advanced in the prequels than the original trilogy? You can absolutely apply anachronism to it. It's what I'm doing in Halo Reach, in the analysis for Halo Reach. It's like, you have weapons and items and gear that is way more advanced on both sides, by the way, the Covenant and humanity, on both sides, and then they don't use it in Halo 1, 2, 3 ODST. No, that doesn't work. Again, it's more of how fucked Reach makes the entire Halo universe. The Needler sniper rifle is a perfect example of this. Because people could argue, oh, well, Reach was a bastion of humanity. Humanity's on its last leg, so maybe they're doing, like, last-ditch weaponry for the defense of Earth, stuff like that. Right? But, what's the Covenant's excuse? The Covenant's winning. The Covenant hasn't lost any planets. The Covenant keeps winning and winning and winning and winning. That's the entire point behind the story. The Covenant is winning. Okay? The Needler sniper rifle is a weapon that if you shoot someone in the head with it, a human, because remember, humans don't have shields. You shoot a human in the head with it, they're dead. If you hit a human in the chest with it 3 times, they explode and maybe kill some of their friends as well, or damage equipment. The one flaw the Needler sniper rifle has is that it can't penetrate shields. Well, that's not much of a flaw, is it? Because humanity don't got shields. Except for Spartans. That's it. But 99.999999999% of the rest of humanity don't got shields. So it's just insanity that the needler sniper rifle doesn't appear in Halo 1, 2, 3 ODST. By logic, it doesn't appear because they weren't thought of before then. But in universe, it is absolutely insane they don't appear anywhere else. Yep. Yeah, you don't have the expertise to maintain them anymore. Yep.
Fuck! I was muted again.
No, damn.
I'm doing that a lot today. I don't know why. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The example I gave was, or what I said was, I really hate when shit like that happens. It really annoys the fuck out of me. And, the only time you can really get away with that is when there's an explanation for why that thing doesn't exist anymore. Or why you don't have that thing anymore. Like in Fallout, how, there's no functional cars anymore. Well, none of them are functional because the world got nuked. In fact, the one functional car we do see is in Fallout 2, and you have to repair it to even make it functional.
Yeah, a lot of the expertise has been lost over the years.
Yeah.
Like, because as it would be, you have more pressing matters for survival. It's like the people like, why wouldn't there be as good carpentry anymore? Why wouldn't there be as good blacksmithing and metalsmithing? Well, it's because, one, they were rare before the bombs fell, and now that the bombs fell, your priorities are now food, water, shelter, first and foremost. Those are no longer a granted given. Once you have certain things as a given or more stable, then you can branch out into other aspects, into more technical skill sets.
Fallout's Big MT and Sierra with all the tech. Yeah, that too. You can introduce, like, prototype technology that wasn't widely distributed, as long as it isn't, like, contradictory to anything else. Like,
yeah.
I still think it's a problem in Fallout 4 how we have yet another new set of power armor before the bombs drop, and the excuse is, oh, that was just rolled out, like, last minute. Because you could just keep doing that infinitely.
Yeah.
See, well, this set of power armor... What's the one in Fallout 4, the new one? Was that T60? No. I forget what the new one in Fallout 4 is, but... Let's say in the next Fallout game we find out that there's another prototype power armor that was T70 power armor that never got released, but there's a ton of it in this game. In Fallout 6 we have T75, then Fallout 7 we have T80. All prototypes that weren't distributed before the war, but there's still a shit ton of them in the game.
Because they were given to the police or something. Like, isn't that what
they were given to this one single police precinct in this one area of the country.
Yeah. And it was like, what the fuck? But see, you have people use that excuse in Halo Reach, too, for the human weapons. Again, there's no excuse. There's no defending the Covenant weaponry and Covenant equipment and stuff like that. Except one, I will agree, there is one I could buy that for, which is the Covenant transport / mini Wraith tank thing, because it is so shit. I can absolutely buy that they put it in the field for field combat exercises on Reach, realize it's awful, and decommission the entire rest of the line, because it genuinely one of the most dog shit vehicles in the entire game. So I can absolutely believe that would happen. I could totally believe that they're like, hey, you know, this is Reach. We're gonna get some combat training, some field testing with this weapon, and then they realized it was awful, and they're like, okay, yeah, no, we're getting rid of that. We're not putting those in the rest of them. But people use the excuse of like, oh, well, it was all prototypes on Reach, just like the Spartan 3s. They were all prototypes on Reach. So you didn't have any of these prototypes anywhere near Earth. Again, Earth, this is space. The Covenant don't have to attack Reach before they attack Earth. Okay? That's not how that works. Reach doesn't have like a massive bubble shield around Earth, and they have to take out Reach first. That's fucked. The Covenant can literally show up on Earth and then just be like, "Oh, hey guys, we're here. We found your home planet. We're gonna wipe it out first, and then we're gonna mop up the rest." So it doesn't make sense that they don't have all of this weapon and equipment on Earth. That they don't have a single Spartan 3 on Earth. And then people will usually, the next deflection people have is, well, how do you know there aren't any Spartan 3s on Earth? Well, because we don't see them in Halo 1, 2, 3, or ODST. In fact, Halo 3 goes out of its way, whereas Halo 1 actually had a lore reason you could have 2 Spartans in Halo 1. Halo 3 goes out of its way when you're playing in multiplayer co-op, you get Master Chief, Arbiter, and then 2 different elites, 2 different Sanghali come with you. You don't have a Spartan. You only have John. There are no other Spartans. Oh, it's just so fucked.
$5 from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you. It is just your opinion that the car missing a wheel is a flaw. People like this. Yep.
Yep.
$2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. Favorite Bayformers movie? I've only ever seen the first one, so I guess that's a winner by default.
Do we have to do favorites for any of them?
You could do the one you hate the least.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, so I guess it would have to be the first one then, the one that I hate the least.
I mean,
same.
It's awful, but
yeah. As I said, I haven't seen all of them, but based on the things I've heard about the others, the first one is probably the least bad.
Yeah.
I definitely wouldn't call it my favorite either.
Happen when a film fails to play by its own rules, overlooks a much simpler solution to a problem, or...
Whoa, no. That one right there doesn't matter, okay? The movie doesn't have to always take the far simpler option every time. That can literally be worked into the characters not thinking of that solution, right? Because people make mistakes. People making mistakes and making things more complicated than they need to be is not a plot hole.
Are you aware what movie that's from, that waterfall scene?
No.
Because that actually plays in, and it's not someone making a simple mistake, it's actually brain dead fucking retarded what happens.
I know what movie it is, and yeah, it's
he's
fucking
going to
really
be bringing
bad.
it up. I'm pretty sure it comes up, because this section, when I previewed it earlier, was Time Turners and this movie. $5 from Mitiko the Tricky, thank you. Patrolling logical fallacies within a production medium shouldn't make me wish for a nuclear winter as much as it does right now. How's your day, Cree? It's a day. Oh, hold on. I have to grab this comment. You see, Danny just kind of forgot about the Iron Fleet.
Yeah, that is a plot hole. Again, it doesn't have to... A plot hole doesn't mean a character makes things more complicated than it needs to be. No, that can actually be part of the narrative, and that can be just the character making a mistake. But stuff like Danny forgetting the Iron Fleet that has kicked her ass in every single battle exists, that is a fucking huge plot hole.
That entire fucking scene is a plot hole. She's up in the air and has a better vantage point than anyone to see, like... They try to frame it as, oh, the ships were hiding behind those rocks. Yeah, maybe to the other ship they wouldn't have seen them coming. She should have. There's no way she should have been taken by surprise. It is fucking stupid! Yeah,
we answered Ludwig's super chat. We said the first movie. By default. Not because it's a favorite, but because it's the least awful.
By its own rules, overlooks a much simpler solution to a problem, or generally makes a leap in logic when it comes to the plot. On its own, this would be totally fine. Plot holes are real, and they're definitely not something you want to strive to have in your writing.
Wait. Hold on, wait. These are generally fine? How is it fine to have these flaws in there?
Yeah, no, having plot holes is not a good thing. Like, it's not just something you wouldn't strive to have, it's something you would strive to not have.
Yeah.
Could it be saying stuff like someone overlooking something is fine and not a plot hole? Let's hear that again, because I think we're missing something here.
Do you want to go back even further? Okay.
Yeah.
Character development of a book, film, television show, etc. Plot holes usually happen when a film fails to play by its own rules, overlooks a much simpler solution to a problem, or generally makes a leap in logic when it comes.
Okay, so plot holes usually happen when these things happen. Is what he's saying.
Yeah, and as I said, the character, like, a far simpler solution does not necessitate a plot hole happens. But I guess he did say usually. Though I argue it's not usually for, like, if a thing doesn't play by its own rules, then that's a plot hole every time. So, I don't know. There's a lot of weird mixes in the thing, because you can say, well, he did say usually, so it doesn't mean all plot holes are that, but... Just, ugh.
Let's hear the other part.
Yeah.
Comes to on its own, this would be totally fine.
But no.
But no, they aren't. They aren't totally fine.
Yeah, they're not fine at all. They're literally flaws, problems that break the fucking story.
As we said last time, would the movie, book, television show, video game, whatever, be improved if the plot hole was fixed? And the answer is always yes. There is not a single time when a plot hole being fixed would make a product worse.
Yeah.
And they're definitely not something you want to strive to have in your writing. I have no problem with plot holes themselves. But now, I want to show you what happens when I scroll down past the definition after Googling plot hole. Article after article with headlines ranging from movie plot holes so big you could drive a truck through them, to 19 tiny plot holes that distracted people from enjoying the rest of the movie.
Why are you looking at fucking BuzzFeed?
Yeah, hang on, there's a side note that just popped up on screen.
Yeah, I see that.
This one, by the way, is my personal favorite since it even admits in the headline that these plot holes are tiny.
Oh, okay, the size of the plot hole doesn't matter. It's still a flaw.
Not just that, that might also just be that writer's, like, bad characterization of it, because what if they aren't tiny? What if they are... Click your fucking Spotify to get that stupid, like, highlight thing off of it. God, I hate that.
Yeah.
I completely lost my train. Oh, right. Just because the writer of that article characterizes it as tiny doesn't necessarily mean it is.
Yeah, I find this complaint really dumb. He's literally just complaining that people criticizing this stuff exists, and it's like, yeah, they exist because this is a problem.
The worst part is, he isn't even going after, like, substantial criticism. He's going after clickbait fucking garbage. Oh, BuzzFeed made an article of the 19 plot holes that ruined the movie. It's like, no, fucking... That's... fucking quintessential clickbait.
Yeah.
Number 5 will shock you.
Yeah, this seems more like a him problem, where it's like, yeah, you probably shouldn't be fucking looking at BuzzFeed and Watch Mojo and other stupid list content. You know, like, oh, 4 things that ruin this movie. And it's like the dumbest shit you've ever heard. And it's like, okay, I didn't have to watch that. I don't know. It's just weird to me because it's like, okay, well, what about when it is, though? What about when it's valid criticism and they're actually big problems?
Oh.
Hell, even if they're not big problems, hell, if they're just small problems, if you're just, like, pointing them out, that's also not an issue. That's also not a problem.
Again, the Holdo maneuver destroys the entirety of Star Wars.
No, but you're just nitpicking.
It's like that one thing alone completely fucks everything over. And even worse was when fixing how awful TLJ was, they showed it again in Rise of Skywalker.
Well, not just that they showed it again, but they specifically wrote the line, "That's a 1 in a million chance."
Yes, but then they showed it again happening. Oh, God.
It actually fucking bugs me that they do show it again. Oh my god.
It's so stupid. It's so fucking dumb.
Number 8. Could this plot hole be a ghost?
Top 15 plot holes bigger than your mom.
Top 10 plot holes. Number 3 will surprise you.
Thankfully, Chills doesn't do the number whatever is shocking type stuff. He just gets straight into it.
Just gonna fart on my roommate's door here. Did you see it?
Fuck, there's something else I was wanting to say there too, and I completely forgot what it was. Oh fuck, I hate when that happens, because... God damn it. Yeah, I'm just trying to get it back, and I think it's gone. It just... Whatever I was thinking just... vaporized it in my head. Oh! No, that's it, that's it! If it's a 1 in a million shot, why were the people in the Supremacy freaking out and getting scared when they realized what she was doing?
Yeah, because they knew what was happening. They knew it was coming.
Yeah, because statistically, if it's a 1 in a million shot, then, like... Surely they'd be like, oh... She's running away, or what? She's gonna try that. Doesn't
or
work
what?
most
She thinks
of the
she's
time.
gonna ram the ship? Like what?
Yeah.
The fuck is wrong with her? Their last thing they'd be thinking again. If this is 1 in a million, so it's super, super, super fucking rare.
Yeah.
Not the rarest thing out there. It's not like 1 in a billion, 1 in a Googleplex or anything. It's not the rarest thing out there. But if it's so rare that you wouldn't even think of it, just be like, what the hell is she up to? They wouldn't be like, oh my god, she's gonna go to Lightspeed Rim or something.
If it's 1 in a million, she had to be running away. Yeah.
Yeah. Which I would love to be like, oh yeah, no, let's make that canon, because I would totally love to shit all over her because she's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, I
hold these nuts.
Yeah, the funnier... I 100% agree with Mahler's take on this, is the funnier explanation is that she was running away and she just fucked it up monumentally.
Yeah.
You could hours and still find more and more lists of what pop culture publishing companies call the biggest plot holes of all time.
Okay.
Pop culture publishing company, so... like, bottom of the barrel shit tier content.
Yeah.
Again, you referenced BuzzFeed as one of your big examples, and a lot of these, like, websites you're showing here are clearly just... like, they're just getting in on the, list format, or just trying to bait people in. Again, clickbait.
Yeah.
Apologies, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Alright.
And usually these websites are usually nothing but like the most standard fucking plot holes that everyone already knows about.
Yeah.
You know, like they'll always bring up like, you know, one of the ones in the list is going to be like in Jurassic Park, the scene where, you know, the T-Rex steps out of the paddock. Where did the, you know, the fucking ravine come from and shit like that? It's like, yeah, that's like one of the big ones everyone knows, and that's what they always do. They always do the really big
Or
plot holes in movies that everyone knows.
It's almost always the stuff people knows. Rosebud, or the poster in Shawshank. It's never anything that's like actually massively damaging to the film. it's always, hey, here's this little thing that actually either everyone knows and is a problem, so it's like not anything new, or it's something small that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Which bad movie do you think he's coping about? Ooh, I don't know.
I'm sure he'll tell us by the end.
Don't talk
They
shit
always
about
do.
Don't talk shit about Shawshank. It's perfect. I wasn't. Shawshank is a great movie, but he physically cannot pin the poster down at the bottom. I'm sorry, it's not possible. Video was made 2 years ago? Yeah. We don't mind covering videos that are slightly older. Because that's the thing. Unless they've come out against the point they used to have, then, like, it's still valid. I don't know if this person has revised that or changed their opinion on that. I didn't check through their channel. But, like, it's still fair game for criticism.
Yep. They rarely do anyway, because how many times have we covered a video from like 2 or 3 years ago or longer, and then that same person made a video just like a week before we did our stream or a week after where they're basically saying the exact same stuff they were back then. And it's like, yeah, unless they actually like change their opinion and make it public, it's highly unlikely that their opinions have actually changed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright. $5 from Abdulio. Thank you. For missing tech, I always I always took it as limitations of their medium. Lore-wise, they would all exist unless explicitly stated otherwise. I feel like I'm missing something here, because this feels like it ties back to, like, advanced tech from the past no longer existing in like, the Star Wars prequels to OT. But I don't see how, like, limitations of their medium, like, I'm not sure what he's getting at there. Because, like, yeah, when the original trilogy was made, of course they couldn't show off, like, more advanced tech that we see in the prequels. That would be limitation in the medium. But, like, it would be hard lore-wise to explain why there is worse technology in the future than there is in the past. It would be like if we have the computers we have today, and then 20 years from now, for just no reason, we go back to computers from the 90s. To that kind of technology, you know?
Yeah, we go back to like the fucking Condor.
Playing a new Commodore 64 game in the year 2062. $10 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. Japan was the only foreign nation with a serious occupying force in Russia. Oh, chat's going by there. During the Civil War. The West forced them to surrender southeastern Russia to the Bolsheviks. Okay, I don't see what that has to do with anything that we're talking about.
Yeah, you made the mistake of assuming that Setch was still here.
He's been gone for a while. I think we should just continue.
Yeah.
And watch, 2 seconds after I hit play, he'll be back.
Yeah, every time.
The problem? Because people mistake critiquing with nitpicking, and they...
Oh my god, fuck off. You better have a solid definition for nitpicking. And like, why it's bad. And how pointing out these plot holes are actually nitpicking. Like... I'm just so fucking sick of legitimate criticism being written off as, oh, you're nitpicking. You're just nitpicking.
Yeah,
what you're saying doesn't matter. Doesn't affect anything.
Because they always do it with everything. That's the problem. Everything is a nitpick to them. It doesn't matter how big it is, how much of a problem it causes, or how thoroughly it destroys the narrative work of basically anything. They'll just call it nitpicking because they don't want to hear it. And I'm just like, fuck you. Fuck you. Use the proper term.
Yeah. Also, fuck you, Cree. KOTOR was from 20 years ago. Games from 20 years ago rock. I'm not saying that they don't. I'm just saying it's technology degrading over time in the sense of, like, the quality of technology gets worse in media is really fucking weird. And I use the example of if 20 years, like, if in the future, like 20 years from now, 30 years from now, 40 years from now, we have computers, like, everyone's using computers equivalent to Windows 98 computers from the 90s, then that doesn't make any sense. Technology should improve over time, not get worse.
I am back, and I already see 2 words on screen, which means I'm already going to be upset, aren't I?
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
We were just talking about it, and it was bugging the fuck out of me.
Great.
$2 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. When have my super chats ever been on topic? Fair point. But, like, I just... When you bring up stuff like Japan invading Russia during a civil war or whatever, like, I just have nothing I could comment on that for. Because I'm not really a history person, especially, like, other parts of the world history. So, there's nothing I can really say. 10 pounds from Threadnought, thank you. The tech in the OT is better than in the prequels, but everything is shinier and newer looking in the prequels. I mean, look at Anakin's false limbs and compare it to Luke's false hand.
That's a fair comparison. In the prequels, the hands, the limbs, and everything like that are really, like, stylized and kind of curvy and fancy, whereas Luke's false hand in the original trilogy is perfectly accurate to an actual hand. Like, it looks like a normal hand at that point.
I always look at the ships, because, man, the ships always look like... You know, in the original, they kind of look like rust buckets, and then in the prequels, they're, like, really shiny and sleek and smooth, like a race car in comparison to everything we get in the original.
Well, in the originals,
it's like, what the fuck happened?
We're thinking of... We mostly see rebel ships and, like, the Millennium Falcon, which is a smuggling ship. So, you know, we're not seeing the top-of-the-line stuff. Like, all the rebel stuff is kind of cobbled together ships that they could find and, you know, produce themselves. The top-of-the-line stuff we see are the Empire stuff. The Empire stuff is built to be utilitarian and for war. When it comes to stuff like the Naboo and the prequels, the Naboo stuff was clearly done as, like, a status symbol thing. You know what I mean? Because it was a monarchy. It was aristocracy. So I don't know. Yeah, I think I could see that, where the technology isn't actually better in the prequels. It just there's a lot of shininess in the prequels, and a lot of it does come from the perception of Naboo, which was supposed to be kind of, you know, up its own ass. You know, this is the nobility.
$5 from Abdulio, thank you. I'm limited by time and word count. I can explain myself better on Discord later if it's okay. At work currently. Yeah, sure. $5 from Ludwig Williams, thank you. Technological progress can go in reverse. They're called the Dark Ages for a reason. Yeah, but we're not talking about Dark Ages in the media we're talking about.
But I disagree with that as well. That's been debunked for a long time. They don't call them the Dark Ages anymore for a reason. That's been totally debunked. Technology changed. The need for different technologies differed because you no longer had a unified empire as one. Like this whole thing of, like, when Rome fell, right? When Rome fell, we went backwards in technology. It's like, no, we didn't. The needs for technology changed because you no longer had Roman society holding everything together. You had different pockets that were all vying for control over each other. So the type of technology they wanted changed. Technology progressed in a different way. That's why we got rid of the idea of the Dark Ages. The Dark Ages is no longer a concept that's taught in history circles and everything, because the Dark Ages paints a picture of like regression and loss of technology, when in fact we didn't. We gained massive in terms of technology. Just the type of technology that was focused on was different than during the Roman era. Like, yeah, you could say technologies have been lost historically. That's true. But there was this weird misconception that there was this whole decline because Rome fell. Like, there wasn't a decline because Rome fell. We didn't lose everything because Rome fell. It changed. It broke apart. The Roman Empire balkanized. It changed into all these different factions now that were vying for control.
So because he's going to spam in chat, I'm just going to take care of this now. No, Sacred G, I'm not going to respond to your gay-ass video. I'm not going to waste my time on someone's shit fucking video where they can't comprehend basic fucking logic by a fanboy that's
so
just...
shit, Sacred G. We had people in our Discord, just people that would just go by on a whim and were tearing it the fuck apart because you were so stupid that they couldn't believe you were such a fuck up.
I wrote it in chat, or I wrote it in our thing because I didn't know you were gonna address it directly. But yeah, it's just so funny to me that he's coming in here and begging for us to cover his fucking video. It's like, god damn, could you be more pathetic? Like, I'm sorry, but no, we're not gonna cover your fucking video when you're coming in here literally begging for us to cover it.
I don't even know if that's the real Sacred G or not.
It might not be, but god damn, that's pathetic.
Really.
Remember the ninja argument, too, that we made in the video, where it's like, oh yeah, there's only bows now? You can't, like, be a ninja and throw ninja stars? According to someone in the Discord, one of the arguments he made is, well, just use console commands.
Yeah. Again, the video was so awful that we had people in the Discord that were just picking it apart left and right. It was crazy.
Who is Sacred G, an obsessive weirdo?
I'm not gonna waste my time, but it's just funny as fuck.
Yeah, I'm not wasting my time on it either. I don't throw around the term fanboy lightly, but he's clearly a fucking either Bethesda or Skyrim fanboy who can't handle people criticizing the thing he likes. Because he's got, like, at least half a dozen videos like, crying about people criticizing the game, and mine was one of them.
Yeah, and he simps for anyone who, like, goes against Kree. Anyone who, like, criticizes Kree or anything in any way, he simps for them hard. He fucking loves Vincent Martin.
Yep.
Yeah, he loved Acerthorn before Acerthorn was fully unveiled as a pure lolcow.
Yeah.
I remember seeing his comments on Acerthorn's videos. It's too bad Acerthorn removed those videos. Well, I shouldn't say videos, I think it was video. Because he did the, Creetosis is a toxic, lying sack of shit video, and I remember seeing Sacred G's comments there. But anyways, yeah, he's another obsessive weirdo who can't, like, deal in basic logic. And from everything I've seen, he's just a fucking idiot, so I'm not gonna waste my time on him. In fact, even saying as much as we have here is more time than he deserves, so we're just gonna move on.
Mm-hmm. I just look at chat, I see a Woogie. I love Vincent Martin too. Who would hate such a simple creature?
Oh, you know what? We should rewind this so Setch can get what he missed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that fucking...
did you do the $10 from Just a Guy from Alabama? Is that why you...
No, I didn't.
Okay.
$10 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you. Some gremlin keeps asking about you responding to his... God damn it. About you responding to his response to your Skyrim video. Are you just going to tell him he is wrong, or will not give him the attention he thirsts for? We've already given him far too much attention.
We've given him enough attention. That's all it's needed.
I will say one more thing. It is insane. Like, it is hilarious and insanely fucking pathetic that he titled his video, "Hey Creetosis, your video sucks." Like, absolutely trying to get attention there.
Yeah.
God, that's sad.
What pop culture publishing companies call the biggest plot holes of all time.
Okay.
Now, why is this a problem? Because people mistake critiquing with nitpicking, and they spread these articles like wildfire. Conversations become flooded with interjections like, how come Harry Potter didn't use the time turner to stop Voldemort from killing his parents? Or
Okay, that's not a nitpick. That's a genuine, like, question, like, why? Why wouldn't you do that?
Yeah. Because again, you have the power to travel through time, which implies that you have the ability to change events. And I don't believe it's explained why you can't change events. The best we get is, oh, you wouldn't want to see yourself because you might think it's, it might be weird for you to see someone who looks exactly like yourself, which could lead to bad results. It's like, what? Okay. But I don't know.
It is just one of those like
don't
why,
think about it.
Why wouldn't he try to do that? Why wouldn't Dumbledore try to stop Voldemort from even rising? You know, so you would save a lot of pain and suffering if you stopped the Dark Lord from the beginning.
Yeah.
Like,
and even if that was the only limitation of, oh, well, you can't let them see you because they'll know it's you, or they'll think that, you know, whatever, this like weird thing of, oh, well, you look too similar and it'll freak them out and lead to bad things. Okay, wear a mask. There you go, problem solved.
Or polyjuice potion.
Just put on a cloak, wear a fucking mask. And
yep.
As Chris said, a polyjuice potion. Like, holy shit, there's so many things you can do to get around it.
The only way I think it might be able to work is if they explicitly say that you can't actually change the past on it. You can only influence events that have not yet happened, which would be...
That's
well, no, because even then it wouldn't work. Even then it wouldn't work, because when they use the time turner here in this scene, they go back in time, they've already saved Buckbeak and released Sirius, because it's like 2 seconds after this, the versions of them that caught up, like that have done all that, are walking back into the room.
The door.
So those
he closes the door to these two, turns around, and Harry and Hermione run up and said, "We did it!" And he's like, "Did what? Good night."
Yeah, exactly. So you can't even use the excuse of events that have not yet transpired, because those events have transpired and they've already interfered.
Yeah.
Rowling is a bit of a shit writer. See, that's the thing. There are a lot of good moments in those books that I do really like. I think it's more of a matter of... I guess maybe getting lost in the sauce. Where you just have some like really cool ideas that, oh, what if we do this? Or, oh, this would be a way to solve this problem. And then you don't realize the domino effect it has.
Yeah, you didn't think through all the logical consequences of that thing.
Yeah. Which I guess you can argue could be a sign of a shit writer, but like when everything around... Well, I should say everything. When most of the things around those big problems that crop up in almost every book, when everything else is fairly like decent to good, I'm not fully sure you could say they're a shit writer. Maybe... Again, I more lean to say a good writer that trips over their own ideas and should maybe exercise a little bit more restraint.
God, I was gonna say maybe they're like a problematic writer, but then that word has been ruined thoroughly.
Yeah.
So no, can't call them that, because that implies a completely different thing. Thanks, fucking everyone else, assholes.
She's not shit. She's just no Tolkien. Yeah. Yeah, I can agree with that easily.
Yeah.
This is just another nitpick equals criticism I don't care about / don't want to think about. disposing. Yeah.
That's what it seems like so far. We'll have to see if he goes the full trap in that, or if it's going to be something else. Again, you think it could go one way, and we've seen people wildly veer off course. It's like, oh, okay, well, we didn't expect that.
Why didn't John Krasinski and Emily Blunt just move their family to the waterfall so they could live in peace?
Do you know what movie they're talking about now, Such?
No, I haven't seen anything like that.
Have you ever seen A Quiet Place?
I have not.
Okay, do you know what this movie's about?
No.
Okay.
Oh no.
It's a post-apocalypse story where people have to live making as little sound as possible because there's these blind creatures that are super sensitive to noise, and they will fucking relentlessly tear you apart if they get a hold of you. So you don't make any noise to avoid them finding you and killing you and your entire family. So this family is living on a farmhouse, where they're taking like absurd and extreme well, I shouldn't say absurd. Within the world they're in, it wouldn't be absurd, but yeah, they're taking extreme precautions to make as little sound as possible. And like they live a short way away from a waterfall that obviously is constantly making noise, and they make a point of that you can make as much noise as you want here because the monsters won't be able to hear you over the waterfall, and they just never move there.
Yeah. That'd be silly.
It makes no fucking sense.
People would start like intentionally building noisemakers to fuck with these monsters. Like that would be what I would do. I would build like things that are really loud and annoying, stuff like that.
Apparently they did that in the movie, but they just tore them apart. That's the problem. Was that these things would just destroy any sound makers.
Wait,
it has to be natural. It has to be something they can't destroy.
Well, then,
like
then
the
I would
reason
just
they
make
gave.
a bunch of artificial waterfalls everywhere.
But also, if it has to be something like how do the creatures tell something that is artificial and natural?
Yeah, when the creatures
if I'm being
attacking the waterfalls.
If I'm being like as generous as possible, I think supposed to be like, well, they obviously attacked the water, nothing happened, they couldn't do anything to it, so they gave up and left.
Are they that intelligent?
They're implied to have some level of intelligence, but they're still not very smart. The whole movie falls apart towards the end, where it's revealed that you could just kill these things with shotguns, and it's like, well, then how the fuck did the world ever fall to these things? What the fuck? You could just shoot it in the face with a shotgun and it kills it?
Yeah, that would be stupid. Then it's like, then how'd the military ever lose?
Exactly. It doesn't make any fucking sense. The movie sucks. It's so bad.
I remember a lot of people were saying the same thing about stuff like World War Z and all the zombie movies. How would the military ever lose if you can just shoot the zombies and thing? But there are actual things where the military isn't trained to shoot people in the head, so you could have it where they mag dump into zombie hordes and run out of ammunition because they're shooting center mass. That's how they've been trained their entire fucking military career and stuff. But then you get into the whole, well, how'd they get the people in the tanks? How'd they get the things like that? There's all kinds of stuff like that. Or, what was that one? It was Tomorrow War or whatever?
Oh, God. I've not heard good things about that at all.
Oh, awful, awful movie. And it just turns out, if you just use 50 cals, we win.
Oh, dude, it gets so much worse in part 2 because they can't swim. Yeah. The waterfall thing, it's one of those plot holes that really bugs the fuck out of me.
Yeah. Oh, God. I don't remember, because Elsa 2 brought something up. I'd have to watch the review again, because it's been a pretty long time since I've seen the review for that movie. But you might be right. I think there is something in that movie where like they overload the senses of the creature with sound. And it's like, if you could actually use sound as a weapon against these things and it somewhat works, and shotguns work, how the fuck did we ever lose?
Wait,
yeah, because
if they're super sensitive to sound, couldn't you, like, play a supersonic sound that humans can't hear that would just, like, explode their fucking brains?
You mean like building noisemakers, like I suggested?
Yeah. And I
Yeah.
lost where the comment went, but someone said, why not just put up speakers to play nature sounds? Yeah.
Which apparently they did in the movie, because that was something I remember seeing, was like the town had set up like speakers all over the town to like lure these things, and apparently it just didn't work. Like they would just either attack the speakers or they would eventually ignore them and go after different noises.
So fucking dumb.
It's so stupid. I can't tell if Korea's talking or not.
I'm not. I'm
Okay.
I'm thinking about how dumb this movie is, and I hate it.
It's so bad, and this dude is trying to be like, "Oh, you're ruining the enjoyment by criticizing it because it's a shit fucking film." The fuck is wrong with you? Do not defend this shit. Do not die on this hill. It is not a good film.
That's my favorite one. Like I would love to be like, I will choose to die on this hill. Then you zoom out and they're like barely standing on a speed bump.
Don't think about it, forehead. Just consume product.
Yeah.
$5 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you. On the topic of Skyrim, I'm still waiting for you to explain in detail why Winterhold is the big stupid dumb. Is Winterhold the... Yeah, that's the college. College of Winterhold. I'll get around to it eventually. Trust me.
Yeah. Let's just say Winterhold is mad fucked. The college especially.
Mm-hmm.
It turns conversation-wise really good movies into a competition of who can point out a minor inconsistency first.
No, they're not minor inconsistencies!
No, especially with the movie you just fucking referenced. It is not minor inconsistencies. It is major fucking plot holes. The entire movie falls apart at the end. It's awful.
Oh my god.
It's a bad film. Everyone knew it was a bad film.
These otherwise great films, like, no, from the sounds of it, it's awful. Tomorrow War is not a great film, either. Like, holy shit, it's awful. Oh my god. I just don't even know. I just didn't even know.
2055, Creetosis finishes his first series criticizing Fallout 4. Well, thank you for the confidence. I appreciate it.
Yes. A happy nihilist. Absolutely. Happy nihilist says, we only use people who will die to avoid changing history, even though you're completely changing the way they die and also have already changed their history by involving them in the war. Tomorrow War. It is super, super fucking dumb. And then they figure out 50 cal's work, and it's just like, okay.
What the fuck?
Just use 50 cal's forehead. The 30 cal's stuff like that, no, that didn't work, but 50 cal's work, and I'm a guarantee you the fucking Mark 19's work. I'm a fucking guarantee the Mark 19's work.
Creetosis, remember the EFAP when the guy they covered said Tomorrow War is an allegory to the Vietnam War? Yeah, that was Filmento.
Yes.
Because you're fighting this unknown alien force.
God.
I forget what the exact quote was, but it was pretty fucking bad.
God, I haven't seen Tomorrow War, so I don't even know what it's about, but I just have this thing in my head where... Because people don't understand guns and ammunition and shit, and I could totally see them being like in a previous scene they show like a warthog strafing an enemy in like encampment or whatever, and it's like, oh, it's ineffective, it doesn't work, but this 50 caliber bullet will. It's just like, well, then how the fuck did the warthog not fucking work? Because do you not understand what that fucking thing does, what that thing shoots?
Yeah.
Fuck off.
I haven't seen Tomorrow War either, but as I understand it, at some point in the future there's this horrible alien invasion, and the aliens are super kicking ass. So the solution is to bring people from the past to fight in your war in the future. which is why it's named Tomorrow War. But apparently,
What?
according to Setch, a 50 cal is enough to kill the alien.
It is. Even worse. Even worse. The logic you would have if you have a time machine. Okay, a time machine that can go both ways. What would you do instead? Go back to the past to take all the people who are going to be dead by the time the war starts in the future, or go back in the past and tell them, hey, these aliens are coming, this is where they're coming from, this is where they're going to land, prepare yourself. And then the fact that the past agrees with the future. The past agrees with the future and sends the people that are going to die before the war starts to go die in the war. And the very first thing that happens is our group gets teleported, and they get teleported hundreds of feet up in the air to fall to their death.
Good God, I'm looking at like.
It's so awful.
I googled it, and this looks awful. This looks like dog shit.
Yeah, they have 1 day of training.
Hey, Pagan, you want to watch a movie after the stream?
No, I really
No,
don't.
why?
No.
We could do a triple feature. We could watch Tomorrow War, A Quiet Place, and A Quiet Place 2.
No.
You don't want to watch this great selection of movies that don't have any problems at all?
No, one of them I know is
they're
awful, and the other two sound awful.
They're perfect if you ignore all the problems.
Oh, God.
I don't know. I would actually like to watch A Quiet Place again, just because that movie is so bad that it's one of those like so bad it's funny to watch movies.
Ah, a Suicide Trilogy. Ah.
God.
But yeah, no, this Tomorrow War movie looks awful.
It really is. It genuinely is really
Holy
awful.
fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna have to check this out. Probably not like watch the movie, but like maybe watch a review or something about it where they go in depth about it, because man, this looks awful.
You should watch EFAP talking about it, because it blows their minds how shit that movie.
Yeah, I remember
I'll have to check
listening to
that
that EFAP at work when they first streamed that.
Yeah. Oh my god, speaking of EFAP, I watched that fucking their coverage of the latest episode of Mandalorian. Oh my god.
Oh, I haven't
What
watched
the
that one.
fuck?
I haven't watched that one yet because I was saving it to watch with you.
Bullshit! You fucking watched it before I did and then
No.
said too bad, so sad.
I didn't say too bad, so sad.
You basically did.
And that was the previous one. There was a new one they released the other day that I didn't watch because you said you were waiting to watch the other one with me, and I didn't know. So I held this one back because I was going to watch it with you.
Well then, wait, maybe we haven't seen that one yet, because the one I watched is the one that you said that you had already seen.
Then that's yeah. They have a new one since then. It's the episode with Jack Black in it. Did you know Jack Black is in Star Wars?
Yeah, I do, unfortunately, but that's not the one that I was talking about. So yeah, I haven't seen that one, so we could watch that one together.
Oh,
but yeah, oh my god, I watched the other one though, and I'm just like, what the fuck are they doing with this show? The fucking pirates, dude. The fucking pirates. What the fuck did they think was gonna happen? Why do they have no fucking security at all? Literally, the mayor's the only one with a fucking gun, and it's just a pistol. What the fuck are you gonna do against a giant ship? You fuck! Why did you piss them off?
Keep in mind, this whole conflict started because the pirates wanted to drink alcohol in a school because that's where the bar used to be.
Yeah, it's
like what
so
the fuck is this plot?
Stupid. It's so fucking stupid. And then it completely hinges on the fact that this one dude just happened to, like, not only go out of his way to deliver this message, but then somehow knew because, oh, well, the robot, I know exactly where the fucking Mandalorians are hiding, and they won't shoot me as soon as I approach. And then he just fucks off and then doesn't even try to, like, go to help or anything. He goes to investigate the Moff Gideon shit. Like, what the fuck?
I like how this random Republic X-Wing fighter is, like, traveling to several different planets to try and help this, like, one town. When, like, how long is all that travel going to take?
Exactly.
And
it's like,
one
it
town
seems like it
probably
takes a
wiped
period
out.
of... Exactly. Like they are currently in, like the town is currently being bombarded, into like just blown to fucking smithereens, and people are just being like killed in mass.
And the townspeople escaped into the fucking. Well, I guess you could consider it a desert.
Mm-hmm.
It's there's no plant life that I remember seeing. It's like dark rocks and sand. It's like a lava planet that's cooled down, so it's not a lava planet anymore.
Yeah, and fucking, it takes like at least from what it seems like, because they don't actually give a time frame, but it seems like it takes this dude at least a week to get around to like getting to the people who could help and shit like that. And it's like, it's been a week. Like, I'm sorry, dude, those people are fucking dead. There's no one left to save.
Well, yeah, because you remember in the original trilogy, traveling from Tatooine to Alderaan, like, it's not a matter of getting in the ship 2 seconds later, oh, we're there. It's implied that the trip is at least several hours long, where Luke is doing training, or they're relaxing in the back, doing whatever. Like, they make a point of showing that even though we're traveling super, super fast through space, it still takes a very, very long time to get from place to place.
Mm-hmm.
And yet this random fucking X-Wing fighter, goes from wherever the fuck he is to Coruscant to wherever the Mandos are, and then the Mandos get to this planet Navarro. Well, I guess it's a town on a planet. I don't know if the planet's called Navarro. To save this town, it's like after all, like, there's no way the town isn't just rubble and everyone's just dead at this point.
I love that when it shows like the group in the desert and the mayor addresses them, it's like a small handful of people left. Like, it's just like a dozen people left alive. It's like, this fucking town is done. There's no one left. And then I fucking love that when the Mandalorians show up and just start killing everybody, and they do it in the stupidest way possible, the fucking mayor in town shows up to like take credit for some of it. Like, they point a gun at one of the fucking one of the pirates running away, and they're just like, oh yeah, see, we helped. We helped. Like, fucking hell, you fucking useless motherfucker.
Why does this town have no defenses at all? And they're like,
not even a single anti-aircraft gun, nothing.
Because they're not affiliated with any, like, faction. They're completely independent as far as I'm aware.
Yeah, so they have, like, no one to come help them if something happens. So they have just no security whatsoever.
Because that's why the Republic won't help them, is because, yeah, they're not our people. Why should we care?
Mm-hmm. Also, I love that he tries to bluff his way by saying, well, he shot first, when the dude is still alive and can confirm if that's true or not. And it's like, no, he didn't. He didn't shoot first. You shot first. You lying cunt. Oh, also, don't hail me again when he hailed him first. Sir, we're being hailed. I'll answer it. And then at the end, don't hail me again. What? God, it's so bad. This show is so shit. Like, 5 episodes in, and what have they accomplished? What have they done? Literally fucking nothing. Oh, and of course they give What's-Her-Face the permission to take her helmet off, but no one else is allowed to do that. Like, oh, the like one core rule of your society about not removing the helmet, and you just let this one chick have a pass because, well, she walks a different path. So it's okay if she takes her helmet off, but if any of you do it, oh, you're out. You're gone, son.
The whole helmet thing is fucking retarded, and I hate it.
It is. It's fucking stupid. It should have never been a thing in the first place, and I think they're starting to realize that, but of course they can't just completely throw it away, so they're like, well, she needs FaceTime, so we'll let her take it off, and it'll be okay for her to do it, but no one else can do it.
Hey, Pagan, do you like how that stupid blacksmith bitch went into town and started beating people up with her tongs and hammer?
Oh, yeah, I fucking loved it. I especially love when she grabbed the guy by the neck with her tongs and yanked him back just so she could smack him in the head with her hammer. Something she could have just done without using the tongs.
Why doesn't she have a fucking gun?
I don't know. It makes no fucking. Oh yeah, no, Pagan. She said she saw the mythosaur. Yeah, exactly. Like she said that she saw it. Like we have no way of confirming if this is true or not, but she said she saw it, so she can take the helmet off. Which at that point I would literally just be like, if I was in that group, I'd be like,
I saw the mythosaur too.
Yeah, I saw the mythosaur. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, totally. It was over there. I mean, it's not there now, but it was, and I saw it.
And then I showed it to Mandalore, and Mandalore.
So, yeah, about that helmet, it's feeling pretty heavy, and what if I just take it off for a little bit? Oh my god, what an awful show, and it just keeps getting worse. Oh, I fucking hate it. And literally nothing has happened.
$10 from a guy, just got from Alabama. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
A problem I have with bulletproof alien animals, like the things from Quiet Place or the rhino things from Avatar, is how and why did they evolve to be bulletproof? A good fucking question.
I can
also pretty sure none of these things would be fucking tank-proof.
I can understand if it's a creature that has an exceptionally hard, like, scales or thick hide. Something like a dragon. Like, an actual big fantasy dragon where it's got, like, very thick scales. That I can understand to a degree. Not completely immune from everything ever, but, like, highly resistant to damage.
I can see that from some small arms fire, but I even think, like, 7.62, 30 cal, 50 cal, stuff like that should just tear these things apart. And even if they don't penetrate, that's a lot of force that's going into you. Because that's the other thing about things like body armor and everything like that. If a bullet goes into you, it doesn't actually impart that much force into you as you would expect it would. But a bullet hitting a bulletproof vest or being caught is imparting all of that energy into you. All of it. It's why when you wear a bulletproof vest, yeah, you may not get penetrated by the bullet itself, but you're likely going to crack some ribs and break some bones and stuff like that from getting hit.
Yeah. I find it okay in fantasy when the creature is like, where it's like evolved in such a way where it makes sense, where it's like, oh, well, this thing literally moves through rocks and shit like that. So obviously it has thicker skin or like really tough hide that's basically like stone or something. It's like, okay, yeah, fucking small arms fire isn't going to get through that. Yeah. But when it's literally just some random animal that acts like every other animal and there's no difference, and for some reason it has like stone skin or something or bulletproof skin, it's like, but why though? It's like there's no reason it would have evolved that way if it doesn't live in some sort of condition where that would be necessary. That's what bugs me. It's like, just if you're going to do that, then at least have them live in some sort of condition where it would make sense for them to evolve that way.
Yeah. $5 from Grandmaster Pie. Thank you. I saw the mythosaur. Finally, I could scratch my nose. Has been itching for years. Imagine, like, there's a feast or a banquet full of Mandos, and, like, first of all, how the fuck are they going to eat? But second of all, remember in Season 2 of Deep Space Nine, the season we're currently watching, when the Grand Nagus showed up, he had a fucking silly straw. Imagine all of the Mandos drinking from silly straws, because they can't take their helmets off.
I just find it ridiculous that... So, they just need to see a mythosaur. Okay, well, this chick literally went to the Mandalorian homeworld, which they have confirmed is not poisonous. They can go back anytime they want.
They're just not doing that for some reason.
And they're just not doing it. So it's like, you could go back, resettle your homeworld, which is something you say you want to do, but then you just won't do it, even though it's been confirmed that you can live there. You have a sighting of a mythosaur that you are taking as a fact, and you're not going to go back to the homeworld at all? Why the fuck not? Why the hell are you not doing anything to go back? It makes no fucking sense. Especially when that's like their entire like motivation is to retake their homeworld. And it's like, you literally can. There's no one there stopping you. It's not poisonous anymore. You literally have a confirmed sighting of a mythosaur that you are taking as like gospel. It definitely happened, and you're just not gonna go back. Why? Oh, I hate it so much. It's so fucking stupid.
$2 for Moppar. Thank you. Mando brought up the food subject. Eat alone. That's fucking dumb.
Oh yeah, they did do that. I forgot. Yeah.
I'm sorry,
In order
but like
to eat, that is so stupid.
It is really bad. It is really dumb. Oh, just eat alone. Like, I'm sorry. I just cannot imagine a culture existing where you have to hide your face unless you see like a fucking mythic creature that no one thinks exists.
And here's the dumb thing. This doesn't work anyway because Mando gets in trouble for taking his helmet off when no one else was around. But he, like, he has to admit that he did take off his helmet. And that's enough to, like, outcast him. And it's like, but it's okay for you to take your helmet off near each other as long as you don't look at each other when you're eating? That doesn't make any sense. How do these rules work, then? It's so fucking shit. Oh, also the episode before that, it's my son. Oh, thanks for telling us. Would have liked to have known, literally. Like, would have liked to have known that this kid that we're trying to save is your fucking son before we're in its nest trying to find this kid. What the fuck? You're only going to mention that now? Even though we had an entire scene where we're just camping out at night, waiting for morning, where we're just talking about nonsense, when we could have been discussing the fact that this is his son. Oh. So, that isn't the way.
So anyways, we were covering a video.
Do we have to?
I fucking hate Mando so much.
It's so fucking bad.
Hey, after the stream, do you guys want to watch the Mando Season 3? I hear it's really good.
No. No, I do not. I will watch EFAP's coverage of it, but I will not watch the show.
Come on, I heard it's a 10 out of 10, the best Star Wars we've ever had. It's better than the original trilogy. $2 from Abdulio, thank you. I missed the classic EU. I never really, like, I didn't look at any of the books when I was younger. I remember playing Knights of the Old Republic, and I fucking loved that game.
And in all honesty, the answer to these questions is really simple. Because then there wouldn't be an entertaining movie.
The fucking... God, I hate...
No.
I hate this fucking arguments. Oh my god.
To make an entertaining movie, you need plot holes, everybody. According to this guy's gremlin logic, you need plot holes. They are a requirement for a movie to be entertaining.
This is just advocating for no fucking standards at all. Like, not even simply excusing them, but actually advocating for them. Oh, we cannot have an interesting or entertaining movie without major plot holes to break the story.
Guess what? We had
or
one.
World.
There was only a single plot hole in it, and we talked about it last time. It was called Citizen Kane. And you know what? The plot hole in it wasn't even that bad. It could still be improved just by having one fix for it, one very simple fix. Could have improved it, and then it would have been an airtight movie. And guess what? It was entertaining. It was an interesting movie.
Alien 1 is a near-perfect film with no plot holes. As best as I can remember, yeah. We should watch that sometime.
At least I can't think of any plot holes that Alien 1 had. I've seen it a few times. Nothing stands out as being a plot hole.
Shawshank Redemption. The biggest problem in that movie is a guy pinned down a poster he physically couldn't have, and it doesn't change anything, like, significant. It's purely so they could have the look of the chess piece flying through the poster and leaving the hole without, like, tearing up the whole poster.
Yeah.
Occam's razor famously suggests that the simple solution is almost always the best. Occam clearly...
Okay, that's not what that says right there. Why don't you just read what it says there?
Yeah.
Not, it's always the best. No, it's literally the simple solution. Oh, shit.
Yeah, I
Well,
rewound
now
it because
my
I was
move-
on a different frame.
The simple solution is...
Okay. The simple solution tends to be the correct one. That's what it says.
Yeah.
Why would you change it? The simple solution is almost always the best. Like, no, that's not what it says.
In fact,
If you're gonna bother putting it in there, say what it says.
In fact, those are two different meanings entirely.
Yes.
Because, as far as I understand Occam's razor, the simple solution tends to be the correct one. This is talking about something in which, like, you can be right or wrong about. Whereas his version, the simple solution, is often the best, which implies there's a scale of, okay, well, you did this thing poorly, and you could have done it this way, which is better, and you could have done it this way, which is good, and you could have done it this way, which is the best.
Yeah. The more of the way I think of Occam's razor is the same thing of, like, never attribute to malice what can easily be explained by incompetence, right?
Yeah.
It's usually not like a grand super conspiracy that requires thousands of other people to be in on it at the same time across the globe or anything like that. It's usually just pure fucking incompetence.
Mm-hmm.
But you see, this guy is smarter. His definition is better than the original.
Yeah.
is almost the best. Occam clearly wasn't thinking about movies when he said this.
No shit. Like, no shit. Why did that need to be said?
Also, I don't think he was talking about, like, fucking plots in a story. He was probably talking about, like, actual situations people had to deal with. Oh,
Yeah.
There's a dead animal. This farmer has a dead animal in his field. Could it have been ghosts or aliens or some kind of cryptid monster? Oh no, it's probably a fucking wolf.
Yep.
Because they're actual predatory animals that's going to eat your fucking sheep or cow or whatever.
Yeah, my sheep are dead. Therefore, I attribute it to God. Well, it probably wasn't a god. What if it was something else? Well, I would attribute it to a giant mythical monster. Well, we've never seen a giant mythical monster. What if it's something else? Well, then I will attribute it to all my neighbors came together and stoned them. Well, why would your neighbors do that? Why would they want to stone all of your creatures? I don't know. Well, what does it look like? Well, it looks like a wolf got him. Then it's probably a wolf that got him.
He was talking about masteries in science. Or mysteries, I suppose that's supposed to be. Mysteries in science. And yeah, that would make sense. Like, this is someone taking a quote and applying it to something that just... It's not even, like, applicable to.
Again, doctor, it hurts when I do this. Okay, so don't do that.
Yeah.
A simple solution may be the best in terms of utility and efficiency, but from an entertainment standpoint, this is hardly the case.
Not necessarily.
No.
If you have actual standards in film, then you'll find there's all kinds of different ones, and oftentimes the simple solution is really satisfying.
Well, let's just take this to the nth degree to show why this is fucking dumb. I want to make a movie. I want to make a 2-hour-long movie, and I need to have a story. What's the simplest solution to making this story? Oh, there's a guy sitting on a chair for 2 hours and just not doing anything. He's just sitting there.
Not gonna lie, I'd probably watch that. I actually probably would watch that.
Why?
So I could just have it as a thing to relax with. Yeah. That's kind of what I do with a lot of stuff I do. Like, just people just going about their daily business, and then I'll just sit there and I just have it on the side to relax.
But I'm talking about
Such
like
as
a
one of
movie
those
shown in
people.
theaters.
Such as one of those people that would watch people through their security cameras and just stare at them all day.
No.
And then he would shout gamer words at a small child.
Yeah. But here, his whole thing is that simple wouldn't be very entertaining. Simple things in plot. So, by extension, what he was talking about earlier, them moving to the waterfall wouldn't be entertaining. So it wouldn't be the same movie. Doesn't mean it wouldn't be entertaining. If they were smart enough to move to the waterfall, what if the entire point of then is not to get comfortable with the waterfall? What if something happens to the waterfall and it's no longer the place where they have to it's no longer the place where they can be as loud as they want. Now they have to be quiet.
Or you have the plot be about them living at the waterfall and they have to venture away from it, and that's where the drama comes from. Of having to stay quiet.
They're going to need to tend to their fields. They're going to need to keep their crops moving. You know, they're going to need to find ways to sustain themselves. And there you go. There's a solution. What if it freezes over in the winter? So now throughout the entire winter season, they have to be quiet.
Yeah.
And that would get all kinds of new challenges, because snow could crunch underneath your feet whenever you're moving. So
this very much feels like this person didn't think this out at all. Or is it maybe just desperate to defend something? I don't know what. Maybe... Because I can't tell if Harry Potter and A Quiet Place are the things he's, like, super desperate to defend here, or if they're just examples he's using to build up to the thing he does care about.
That's what it feels like.
Going back to plot hole examples from earlier, it's pretty fair to say that these are probably the easiest and most direct solutions to the problems that our heroes face in their respective films. It would certainly be easier for Harry to go back in time and kill baby Voldemort than it would be to spend 5 more movies going to school and tracking down Horcruxes.
okay, here's the problem, though. Again, one of these is obviously the better solution. Him going back and killing baby Voldemort would save God knows how many lives and hardship and anguish.
Yeah.
Okay?
It's not just a matter of his own parents at that point. It's literally, like, every single person...
The rise of the Death Eaters entirely.
Yeah. In fact,
Like,
such a big change, killing that one person before, like, he has a chance to go anywhere, would probably, like, change the future as a whole. To the point where some of the bad guys in the books and movies wouldn't be bad guys in this new timeline.
yeah.
Not to mention his deaths that would happen along the way. Hands down, the best solution to his problem would be to use the time turner. But be honest with yourself here. Is that really the ending you want to see?
Yes.
Yes!
Yes, that is the ending I want.
I want people, when presented with tools, to use the tools effectively. Not do the exact fucking opposite of that.
I would prefer the time turner to just not exist at all.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
If the time turner didn't exist at all, I would be the happiest.
Because
that would make me the happiest.
Because we could still have all the events play out in the rest of the books without this one, like, world-breaking mechanic being there that everyone, especially the bad guys, would want to take advantage of.
Yep.
Hell, when the Ministry is against Harry, why wouldn't they use the time turners? Because to like try and catch him and get him expelled or whatever. Why wouldn't Umbridge use it? Because that's before they had destroyed them all.
Yep.
And they just don't.
Like, again, this is one of those things. If you introduce a mechanic like this into your world, then yeah, I'm going to expect the people to use them. Maybe not perfectly. It's fine if they make mistakes, but to a rational, logical extent of, hey, wait a minute, we can go back in time and do anything, right? Yeah. What if we stopped Voldemort from ever rising? That's a good idea. Let's do it.
It would almost be like having a world where you have a cure for cancer, and then just nobody uses the cure for cancer.
Yeah.
Would you seriously trade away over half of one of the biggest and most formative film franchises in the world, all for the sake of optimizing a solution?
Okay,
See,
okay.
my
Well,
problem
here's
with
the thing
this-
you're
Myself being
fucking up.
satisfied.
My
Here's the
problem.
thing, this guy's fucking. Go ahead, Craig. Looks like we're both hitting on the same thing. But
My
go ahead.
problem with this is he's framing it as if the only solution is to keep the problem and then just apply it to the rest of the movie. So, oh, the time turner exists and that's a problem because they have time travel. Why don't they do this? Why don't they do that with it? My problem is the framing of needing to keep the time turner when it's actually I'm going to reference it again. It reminds me of Miniature Nerd's video where he says, what do you expect them to do if you shoot their mayor? Let you into their town for talking about little lamplights? Like, no, the solution isn't to flip a switch. The solution is to fix the fucking cause of the problem in the first place.
Yeah. Again, he's working under this assumption that if you did this time travel thing, therefore none of the rest of the movies could happen. You couldn't have any other plots, any other things happen, no other consequences from this action. What if by getting rid of Voldemort, you actually let someone else rise who's maybe weaker and Voldemort crushed them from rising so that he could take over? But now that that person has been unchallenged, a new threat arises. Something that is far worse. Maybe it's far more insidious. Maybe Dumbledore himself is part of this new threat. Maybe this new threat was able to convince Dumbledore. Maybe this new threat was able to convince Professor McGonagall. You know, that's how this works.
Yeah.
Like, it's just this weird insanity where these people think that it must happen this way. Therefore, if you get rid of the problem, it must therefore get rid of all the rest of the content. You can tell no more stories in this setting, ever. It's like, no, that's not how that fucking works.
Yeah. The problem is the time turner existing itself because of everything that should be done and isn't done. The solution is to remove the time turner. Don't put it in the first place.
Yeah. Also, yes, Grandmaster Pi does bring up, look at the Red Alert game series for a good example of this very problem. Yep. Albert Einstein goes back in the past and he kills Adolf Hitler while Hitler was still a painter in Austria. Kills him. Just dead. And when they come back into the future, things got way worse. They did not get better. Germany was part of the Allies, sure, but Russia rose to be far more devastating than anyone ever realized it would be. And it turns into a huge problem. It turns out that, hey, going back and fucking with the past has dire consequences.
If I did in the world and characters of Harry Potter only to have it suddenly cut short, and at such a large turning point in the series too.
No, it wouldn't have to cut short. Again, this is the problem. You think it has to cut short because you will no longer get the exact story you currently experience. No, we could get a different story. That's what we could come from this. Again, a different story, different consequences, different things could happen. Like, this could have been a build-up to, hey, we gotta deal with Voldemort. And hey, we found a way to deal with Voldemort. You deal with Voldemort, you come back, and things are now worse. They aren't better. Like, that could be interesting. That could be a fantastic storyline to explore. And now you are the ones out of time. Everyone remembers events and problems and things that happen that you don't. Maybe the magical world invaded the real world and won. Like, maybe now it's total oppression you come back to. And you realize that you're the cause of it. There's all kinds of things you could do with the storyline. You don't have to just end it just because the initial threat you were building up suddenly got dealt with.
God, I know it's not exactly what he's saying, but I also really don't like it when people try to argue that, well, it would have been better if the thing had gone on for longer than ending at like a satisfying part. I hate that. Like, I know that's not what he's arguing, but I hate that shit. Because
Yeah.
there's plenty of shows where I'm like, it would have been way better if this thing had ended in like season 4 or 5 and then didn't continue.
Yep.
But no, but you got the fucking consumers who are just like, no, more equals better. It should go on forever. It's like, no, it fucking shouldn't.
There's a reason the old idiom is less is more.
Speaking of, I mentioned earlier I finished the audiobooks for the Harry Potter series. I'm a bit disappointed at just how quickly it ends. We don't get, like, any explanation for what happens after Voldemort is defeated, what happens to his followers, what happens to a lot of the characters we've seen throughout the books. He dies, they stuff his body in a broom closet, Harry tells his friends what happened, then we get a epilogue years later where he's sending his kids off to school. I was hoping for a bit more there.
And then his son is named really weird, like Albius Severus Potter or whatever.
Yeah.
It's just like, ooh, rough name.
Yeah. That's a kid who's gonna get bullied.
Good.
Some of those are answered in the Cursed Child book. I have not heard good things about that book.
I've heard that a lot of the this is just what I've heard, that a lot of the Cursed Child books is trying to fix a lot of the problems from the Harry Potter books. And that's kind of what it feels like. And I don't know if that's true. That's what I've heard.
He deserves it. He has weak bones.
Oh. His weak little bones. The whole wizards hiding from humans doesn't make any sense to me. Not to me either, because magic in the Harry Potter universe is so insanely powerful. Like, holy shit, port keys just existing at all, like the ability to teleport where you want, that's just nutty.
Yeah.
Like, oh hey, the United States is going to declare war on mages, and then suddenly magic users just fucking teleport into every single leader of the United States, like every single senator's house, and just bloop, bloop, you know, Avada Kedavra, you're gone, bye bye. It's like, I don't know how the Wizarding World wouldn't take over easily in the Harry Potter universe. Like, I don't know. This is just weird. The trees are speaking arcane.
Between efficacy and entertainment can be more drastically seen in the A Quiet Place scenario. Let's say the writers realized their plot hole and chose to go with the correct solution of having the family live near the running waterfall. I must now wonder, what exactly would the movie even be about in this situation?
We already talked about it.
Anything would be better than what we got. Because that movie was god-awful. Anything would have been better than what we got, honestly.
But we already touched on this. They still need to go forage for food. They still need to farm. They still need to be able to feed themselves and protect themselves. They'd have to leave in the wintertime. Maybe it wouldn't freeze over entirely, but it turned into a trickle, so now it's really quiet in that area, so now you have to be quiet. So again, we already touched on this, that it would be a different film, but there would be a film to tell there. Then you could still keep the basic plot of, like, people need to be quiet so the monsters don't get them.
Or, alternatively, we can do a similar time turner solution here. Don't write the fucking waterfall into the movie in the first goddamn place.
Yeah. You could also
what if they're in just the middle? What if they're just in the middle of Nebraska? What if they're just in the middle of Iowa, right? What if you're just in hell? What if you're just in the middle of Indiana? Where the fuck are you going to find a waterfall?
Yeah.
You
this
don't
is
even
so
have to
stupid.
specify where it even takes place, though. You could just have it be in an area of America, and there just simply isn't a waterfall nearby that's going to mask your sound.
Yep.
Yes, Calvec. Calvec says, is this guy's entire argument that these films wouldn't exist if they had to be well written?
It's actually worse than that. It's these films wouldn't exist because we have to keep this one specific flaw, and accounting for that flaw properly would mean these movies wouldn't exist. Because
Yes.
you could still have A Quiet Place, or a film very, very similar to The Quiet Place we have now. You could still have The Prisoner of Azkaban, both the book and the movie, while correcting for the waterfall and the time turner not existing. They would be different, of course, to account for those changes, but they would largely be similar.
I hate it. I hate it so much.
Just don't think about the plot holes, Pig, and it'll be fine. It's good if you don't. It's good if you don't recognize the horrible problems in it. Okay.
Yeah, just turn your brain off and enjoy it. Rings of Power is actually really good. Just don't think about it.
Because just remember, a stone sinks because it looks down.
Oh, God, yeah. Why does a feather float and a stone sink? Because a feather thinks of the sky and a stone thinks only of down. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Never watched Bird Box? I heard that was really fucking bad, too.
Yeah. Prisoner of
yeah.
Ass Clap Ban. Nice. I don't see the plot holes. Drives into an asteroid crater.
Can we please just finally agree that if a story requires you to not think about it to be enjoyed, then it's a bad story? Yeah.
Yeah.
Please, for the love of God. Like, if enjoying the thing comes with the fucking note that you have to not think about it, then it's fucking bad. Thinking about something shouldn't ruin the thing. If anything, it should make it fucking better.
Yep.
Yeah.
The sound detecting aliens are a non-issue at this point, so where do we derive that tension of having to stay silent that made the first film so enjoyable?
Remove the waterfall! Remove it! Delete
get rid of the waterfall. Or, if you wanted to keep the waterfall because people would logically try to go to places of safety so they could have some kind of comfort. Like, imagine you're somebody that just snores in his sleep. Well, I guess you're just fucked in this world.
I was about to make that exact same example.
But yeah, so people would naturally move to places where there'd be more safety. But you still need to find food. You still need to find a way that you can eat and water to drink and everything. Like, sure, you use the waterfall water, but you need to boil it then at that point. Make sure that it's sanitary. You need to get any kind of sustenance, so farming would still be very helpful and beneficial. It's like, holy shit, man. You could still have all this tension, like, they would have to leave the safety of the waterfall to get the things they need to survive day to day. But hey, at the end of the day, when you've gathered up the supplies you need to get through the night, you can go back to a place and actually let your guard down and relax. It's something people need. You need that in your life, or you'll go fucking insane.
Or you want that the family was stupid for not moving to the waterfall.
Yes, they were.
They were.
Yes.
They were incredibly, by the sounds of it, they were incredibly fucking stupid.
They deserve to die.
They deserve to have their bones eaten by the aliens.
But the situations brought about by this plot hole are a hell of a lot more entertaining than the alternative.
You don't know that.
No, that's not true at all. I've seen the movie.
What bugs me is, again, the framing. The situations brought about by the plot hole. These situations would have happened anyways without the river, without the waterfall.
Yeah, the waterfall does not cause these things. It's literally just a thing that exists within the film that is then thrown away later, and it has no real impact on the story. Other than to make the characters look retarded. That's it. That's all it does. So no, again, you don't need this error to facilitate the rest of the movie. The rest of the movie would happen anyway. Ugh!
$5 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you. Why are people so emotionally deranged about movies they like being bad? Army of Darkness sucks, but I still like it regardless. I don't know, like, this is something we've kind of talked about before, but people seem to stake too much of their personality or self-worth upon the things they like. So, if you say, hey, this thing has a flaw, you know, it's dumb that A Quiet Place has a waterfall where his family could live peacefully, therefore bad. That is now an attack on that person.
Yeah.
Or, alternatively, they can't reconcile your criticism with the thing they like, so they have to find excuses to get rid of your criticism. Because they might realize that, oh shit, you're right, that does kind of ruin the movie, but God, I really fucking like this movie. I don't want that there. So they have to, like, go into this weird cope about, oh, well, the plot holes don't really matter. You're just nitpicking for Reddit upvotes.
Yep. It really doesn't help that he opened his fucking video with that. Like, you basically just admitted and devalued your entire fucking video by saying, like, everyone who disagrees with me is a Redditor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh, there's another super chat from Just a Guy from Alabama that I might have missed. It's way back, Jesus. Oh, right. $5 from Just a Guy from Alabama. Thank you, and sorry for missing this. Attack helicopters, not to gender, are super badass, and I wish there were good Ace Combat style... Sorry. I wish there was a good Ace Combat style game where you could play as one. Oh.
Not the gender.
The film, logic has to be sacrificed, or at least stretched past its reasonable limit.
No, it doesn't. It does not have to be sacrificed. Logic never has to be sacrificed. Again, if you hear the term suspension of disbelief and think that means you're sacrificing logic, no. It means you're now assuming that the movie itself has a logic that it will stay consistent to from then on. Like, if you see a character snap his fingers, and every time he snaps his fingers, something explodes, then you can naturally assume that, hey, there's something there with that. There's something that's causing that. If he then starts snapping his fingers and nothing happens, that can take you out of it. Did it make sense that him snapping his fingers caused things to explode? No, that's not logical to our reality. But maybe that's logical to their reality.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the worst thing is, too, is... I haven't seen this movie. I don't know, like, everything that happens, but you see fireworks going off in the background in the clip he just showed. This would imply that that's being used as a distraction so this guy on screen can get wherever he needs to go. The monsters are being drawn away by the fireworks so he can do what he needs to. That would imply a level of logic of, we know how to, fuck, what's the word? Oh god, I have it on the tip of my tongue. Where you, like, get something to, not subvert, but, like, misdirect.
Oh, okay.
They clearly know that these creatures can be misdirected by using noise. And, like, they know how these creatures work, as evidenced throughout the rest of the film, where they're taking precautions to, not make noise. So, when you show me that they're smart enough to misdirect them, but not smart enough to live at the waterfall, that's telling me these, like, that's a contradiction to me that just, I can't ignore. It breaks the movie for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a problem, and it's definitely not the only problem, although this guy's probably going to try and make it seem like it is. I just don't like this argument of you need, because that's the thing. He's not just saying, oh, well, because these characters are doing something stupid, it's okay for the rest of the film is still good. He's literally arguing, like, or at least he was earlier, that you need characters to do dumb, illogical shit in your movie. Like he advocates for it, and it's like, oh, I'm sorry, guys, Lord of the Rings actually isn't very good because none of the characters act like fucking retards. That's literally his logic. That's literally what he's saying is like movies such as Lord of the Rings and all these other great films are not actually good because the characters don't make some dumb logical like fuck up throughout the entire film. Although he'd probably argue, actually they do. That's why the film is good because obviously they should have just flown there.
Unironically, that is one of the most annoying fucking like criticisms of Lord of the Rings. Like, why didn't they just continue carrying them into Mordor? It's like because there were hundreds of thousands of orcs there. He has archers, and the Eye is keeping a lookout. Like, I'm sorry, but I wouldn't risk trying to fly into Mordor.
Yep.
Yeah.
But I'm sure he would try to make the argument of that. He would specifically bring that up as a plot hole and then be like, oh, but then you wouldn't have gotten the rest of the movie now, would ya? They would have just flown in and it would have been over with. Like, you fucking idiot. It's not how it works. God, you're stupid.
It's a Gundam is no longer partnered by YouTube, by the way. Yeah, they demonetized his entire channel. It's super fucked.
Yep. All because they don't agree with the things he says.
Well, apparently it's for reused content, which he doesn't do.
Yeah, which he doesn't do.
Reused content is not even re-uploading your own videos multiple times, which he hasn't done, but uploading other people's content and not actually providing anything new to it. It would be like, I guess it would be like if I had re-uploaded Mr. Caption's video about Fallout 4, and all I did was just re-upload other people's videos that are already on the platform, because you're providing nothing, like nothing new.
Yep.
Yeah.
And again, that's not what It's a Gundam does. I highly recommend checking him out, and I don't know if there's any other ways to support him, but if that's something you feel you want to do, yeah. Because, yeah, he doesn't deserve to be demonetized like that. That's completely fucked. $5 from Ludwig Williams. Thank you. Not logical, still awesome. Todd Howard's design philosophy. See, that's the thing. I can imagine that being a direct quote. I don't know if it is or not, but...
Yeah, this guy is basically arguing for rule of cool. It doesn't matter how stupid and illogical the decisions that the characters make or like how unfitting it is for the world. As long as it's cool, it's fine.
See, that's the thing too, is there's nothing wrong with doing cool shit in your movie or book or video game or whatever, as long as it's consistent. And I don't know what the actual definition of rule of cool is, but at this point I would assume it to be doing something cool while ignoring the logic behind the situation, which I would have a problem with. Because that is how it's often seen as. If rule of cool is instead simply just cool stuff happening because, hey, it's cool, then... I just hate when the logic of the story is ignored, is what I'm getting at.
Yeah. I do too.
It's really fucking annoying.
Especially for the sake of stuff that just seems cool. You can have the cool things and still have it make sense within the world.
for the sake of deliverance in a movie. Entertainment. And if you don't have entertainment, a story per se, do you really have a movie?
Okay, but what if the plot holes take away from your entertainment?
First of all, yes. Second of all, you can make a movie that is entirely not entertaining. It's still a fucking movie. It doesn't suddenly get classified as not a movie because no one found it entertaining. If you script and film and act out and provide a score for a 2-hour-long movie, and not a single fucking person in the world finds it interesting or entertaining in any way, it's still a fucking movie by definition of what a movie is.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, The Room is still considered a movie.
Birdemic is still a movie.
Thing. It's not as if you're breaking any new grounds by finding a plot hole, or, and this scenario is much more common than the former, regurgitating plot holes you saw in the latest BuzzFeed article.
What?
No,
man, I'm glad BuzzFeed's fucking dead. You can't use this argument anymore. It's fucking dead.
People that have standards and can actually think for themselves can find plot holes all on their own. They don't need anybody else to tell them about the plot hole's existence for them to find it. They can find it on their own.
All three of us have done it numerous times.
Yeah, in real fucking time.
Hell, I'm pretty sure we've managed to find plot holes in people's videos we've watched, which how the fuck do you even manage that?
I know! Holy shit, the contradictions are just insane.
Contradictions and self-reports everywhere.
Yeah. And again, I can't help but get annoyed with the fucking framing of this, because it's the framing in particular that's bugging me. That, oh, people are only doing it for the Reddit upvotes and copying what they've seen on BuzzFeed, when that's not most of the... Well, I don't spend time on Reddit because Reddit is fucking dog shit. Maybe this guy does, but I don't. So I don't see, like, these Reddit tier posts. Maybe there are a lot of people there who just copy what they've seen on BuzzFeed. Most of the criticism I see online is people, like, actually looking at the thing and then talking about what problems they had with it. Yeah. Like, they problems they personally found. And having discussions about it with their friends or guests on their shows or whatever.
Yeah. Also, I just don't really see Reddit as the ones who would, like, criticize films and stuff. Like, I'm sure there's probably some subreddits that do that, but I feel like the majority of the site are the same people who also frequent Twitter, who just fucking complain that people criticize stuff they like. And they probably hate online criticism and stuff like that. Like, they hate when people point out plot holes, or they hate when people point out that things aren't as good as they think they are. So, I don't know. I just find it really weird that he uses Reddit as an example for this, where it's like, I feel like they'd be doing the opposite of that.
But Pagan, here's my Twitter post of 4 screenshots from The Last Jedi that prove it's an amazing movie.
Yeah.
Man, The Last Jedi cope from people on Twitter is fucking insane. Like, it is almost constant.
Oh god, I just look at fucking chat and I just see Reddit has terrible VTuber takes.
I'm not surprised.
I'm just like, I'm not surprised, but I'm also kind of like, oh man, it's fucking Reddit though. So like, their takes are probably like, like I'm just imagining like the worst possible take imaginable. Ugh.
You know they don't actually look like their model, right?
Yeah, shit like that, or fucking like you know, you can't actually fuck a cartoon character, right? And it's like, oh my god, that's not why people watch them.
Not with that attitude, you can't.
Yeah, not with that attitude.
They're never gonna love you. You know that, right?
I could just imagine some of them being like, you know, they're not actually under the age of 18, right?
Oh god.
Yeah. That's why I like Genshin Impact way more. Fucking Reddit take.
Also, I missed the oh wait, here it is. Does anyone else hear a whole lot of butthurt in this video, or is it just me? No, there definitely seems to be a lot of fucking ass damage in this video.
Yeah, it definitely feels like somebody criticized something this dude really likes, and he's very unhappy about it.
$10 from Bentastic197. Thank you. Howdy, my favorite furries. Not a furry. How bad is the video this time? The stream helps me stay positive, even though I rolled my ankle badly on my first time longboarding.
Ooh.
I have no idea what that is, but yeah, hopefully you recover. The video is fucking dog shit, of course it is. Definitely not the worst we've covered in the past year, but man, it is not good.
Yeah.
That's why I simp for Synthetic Man.
Oh God.
Oh no.
Dude, what a fucking like great expose that Mahler did on him. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, I hate that we actually have people in our fucking server who argue that Mahler is a piece of shit and that he took all that stuff out of context and stuff. Well, he didn't show the full thing. It's
like,
what the
how?
fuck?
How could you possibly spin that to be positive?
Exactly.
How could you possibly spin the fact that, well, he's going to need to do some incest to breed all the black out of his family line? How do you spin that to be positive?
Yeah.
Like, holy shit.
I don't know what more context you could possibly provide would make that less bad.
You forgot a key element of that plan, Satch. It wasn't just incest, it was child murder as well.
Oh, yeah, I forgot, yeah. And then the ones that don't get closer to the goal, you've got to, execute them.
No, it was all the males. He was basically doing a Craster.
Oh, God.
Well, I shouldn't say doing. That was the idea that he was presenting.
Yeah. Keep spinning till you turn into the spin cycle of a washing machine, yeah.
Average Crusader King's playthrough. Oh no.
True, actually.
And directors know most of the time that plot holes exist. When asked why...
Do they? Do they?
Yeah, that's a big X to doubt.
Yeah, because most times directors seem to be full of themselves, like, constantly.
Well, the example I'm going to use, there's a director of a certain superhero movie who didn't realize she included a fucking rape scene in her movie. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
$2 from Bentastic197. Thank you. This is Cringe Bro. Synthetic person, probably.
He does use the word cringe a lot. Granted, we do too, but, we also try to use it when it's appropriate. He also uses cuck a lot, and there's all kinds of ones he overuses. They're not flavored in there for spice. They're not flavored in there because they're makes sense, or like us talking about bebop flicks and where literally being a cuckold was the plot. So stupid. No, he's just, oof, yeah. Watch the Mahler video. It's really fucking good.
Why Boo's parents don't count in Monsters, Inc., legendary Pixar director Pete Docter responded by saying that they asked themselves the same question and ultimately came to the conclusion that nobody cares. Nothing is gained.
What?
What?
Holy shit, I didn't know that Pete Docter was such a fucking idiot. A lot of people cared. Otherwise, why would they point it out, you moron?
Yeah.
I know when I don't care about something, I usually take the time to... Well, spending time on it at all, really.
Yeah.
What was he referencing?
Why
the girl's
Boo's
parents didn't care that she was gone in Monsters, Inc.
Yeah. Which, do we ever see that they don't care?
Yeah, I was about to say, how, when are we shown that they don't care? We never see them. For all we know, they're out looking for their daughter.
Yeah.
Why would they assume that she's still in the house?
In the
when
bedroom.
they can't find her? Yeah, they would assume that she's gone.
Yeah. From their perspective, I don't know how long she's gone for. I haven't seen that movie since I was a kid. But I assume if it was brought up as an issue, she was gone for more than a day. So in that case, we don't see their parents' perspective. They put their daughter in bed one night, they come back, she's gone. They're probably freaked out, worried about her, searching for her, police reports, maybe even missing posters. And then one night she's just back in bed again.
Yeah.
2 to 3 days, I think.
Yeah, so it's just weird to me that... Because it's been a long enough period of time that they would have had to have searched the house and know that she's not in the house. So why would they stay in the house to look for their daughter?
Not just that, why would they stay in her room?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I don't think we ever see outside of that room.
Yeah, that is such a dumb statement. Oh, well, nobody cared. No, they care. It's just we're not shown the perspective of the parents anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
like you're free to
because they brought it up. They brought it up enough that this idiot had to actually say, "Well, we thought about it internally, and nobody cared."
Yeah, that's stupid.
Like, it's like, okay, well, you're an idiot too.
Yeah, the reason it's not a problem is because we don't actually see the parents, so we can easily assume that, oh, well, they're out looking for their daughter, obviously.
Yeah,
actually,
now if they had in her room the entire time,
someone in chat came up with the solution. Creetosis, it's cool. The parents are Californians.
Oh, thank God we post-aborted her. Nice, finally.
Oh my God.
But fucking, it would be a problem if we had seen like the actual perspective of the parents throughout the movie and they just don't give a shit. Like they know their child is gone and they just don't care. Yeah, that would have been a problem, but we're never shown that. So it's not actually a fucking plot hole. Jesus, what an awful fucking example to try and use for your like argument that, oh, well, it's fine. It's fine to have plot holes for something that isn't even a plot hole in the film.
Yeah. And the fact then you use as evidence one of the creators being a dumbass, like as your defense. Like,
yeah,
what?
Nobody cared when people clearly fucking cared, because
which is why they asked enough to make it a point to have you get interviewed and asked about it.
If I were to give the director, I assume that was the director, if I was to give him the benefit of the doubt, he might have meant that no one cared within the production team.
Maybe.
Maybe. See, I'm just thinking about that too now, because if it was a question that came up during the production, like any production meetings, that meant someone cared to bring it up in the first place. If no one brought it up, that doesn't exclude the possibility that someone did notice and care and just didn't mention anything because, oh hey, I'm just the guy who does the 3D modeling for this production, and they're not going to listen. In fact, they're probably going to go out of their way to ignore me. You know?
Yeah.
So, yeah.
From pointing out a plot hole. I'm willing to bet that you're probably going to make more enemies than friends at movie night if your idea of a good time is interrupting the film to explain why that's a huge plot hole.
Well, maybe you're shitty friends, but no, that is not how that works.
You know, there's, like, not just people online who do it as a job, but people in real life who have get-togethers with their friends specifically to watch bad movies and fucking laugh about them.
Yeah, and stop the movies and talk about the plot holes and how that doesn't make any fucking sense, or like, and where the hell did he come from, and why does he have a frying pan all of a sudden?
When I was in high school, there was a group of kids. I never interacted with them, but I heard them in my classes talking about how they have their bad movie night and what movies they're going to watch this week for bad movie night.
Yeah. We used to do the same. We would do all kinds of really terrible movies. Like, we would intentionally watch bad movies. Super Mario Bros. Movie was a classic for a reason.
Also, who said you had to stop the movie to call it a plot hole? You could wait until after, you could say it as the movie's going or whatever. Or maybe you're sitting with your friends watching this movie they enjoy and you just keep it to yourself.
Or you just have that moment where you laugh and your friends look at you like, what? And you're like, where the hell did he come from?
Yeah, this is just seeming more and more bad faith as we go. He's just assuming the worst in people, it feels. You know?
Yep.
Uh-oh. This is the article this guy's misquoting. Uh-oh. Hold on.
Uh-oh.
I am curious now.
Monsters Inc. director finally addresses why Boo's parents didn't realize she was missing.
Oh god,
this is one of these questions that we asked ourselves, and we went through a lot of different machinations of writing scenes. We didn't actually board any, but we felt like, okay, the audience doesn't need to know this because Sully doesn't know, and where was Sully, so who cares? Whatever her parents think, we're just going to ignore that, and it turned out pretty okay. So, again, they thought this through, so they actually cared enough to think about, well, do we need to show this or not, or do we need to just focus from Sully's perspective?
Yeah.
And they chose to focus from Sully's perspective.
Yeah, which...
She's the main character of the movie.
Which doesn't mean the parents don't care. Like, we don't see that aspect. Maybe they don't care. Maybe they're drunk off their ass 24/7. Maybe they're super worried about their child going missing. We just don't know.
You got that, people? Who cares? If you do, maybe you need to take a long, hard look in the mirror. Oh my god, wow, this article is fucked, too, though.
Basically, the message is clear. Stop over-analyzing the children's movies about animated toys and monsters and just enjoy them. Just don't think, Forehead. Just...
This article is fucked, too.
Yeah.
Not only did he misquote the article, but the article is way worse.
I like how he criticized like people reading BuzzFeed articles for their fucking opinions, and then you got this dude quoting this shit. Like, you're no fucking better, dumbass. You're literally taking an article and using that as like your proof and shit. It's like you couldn't even form your own fucking argument by yourself. Jesus Christ. Something you accused other people of doing, then did yourself.
Yep.
It to our focus, really.
Kaiju Metamorphosis.
By choosing to focus all of our energy on pointing out the tiny negative aspects of every movie we come across, we wind up robbing ourselves of what would otherwise be very positive.
Oh no! It is the retard argument. Oh no!
By being
You're killing joy in the world.
By being so critical of Fallout 4, you're robbing yourself of the joy you could be having otherwise.
It is actually the retard argument. Oh my god. If you were just stupider and didn't think about it, you would have more fun.
I know I've said it before, but like I didn't think it was this common either. But we're still dealing with Oxhorn arguments from fucking episode 1 of STAG.
Yes. I can't believe it. I can't actually believe it. We genuinely got the retard argument again. Just again.
Can we address the sexy music going on in the background? I keep thinking Tom Selleck is going to come in with a robe on. I haven't even been paying attention to music, to be honest.
Yeah, me either.
My brain is too busy being fucking melted by the shit video.
Also, it's therapeutic to rant. Hate and enjoyment aren't binary. Yeah, nor are they mutually exclusive.
Yeah. In fact, at several points on Stag Stream since I started listening to Harry Potter books, you guys have heard me rant about issues I have with them. I still very much enjoyed the books, despite some of their massive problems.
Yeah.
And yeah, sometimes it's nice to just rant and get the fucking frustrations off your chest. Don't ask questions, just consume product and get excited for next product. These clowns say without the tiniest shred of sarcasm. Yeah. Yeah, it's insanity. It's also funny how every so often you'll see someone show that clip. It's like, this single clip has done so much to destroy discussion online. It's like, motherfucker. It's being said about the kind of people who do destroy discussion by saying, oh, these aren't problems, don't think about it, just enjoy.
Experiences. Let's look at one of my all-time favorite films, Guillermo del Toro's Pacific Rim.
Oh no.
I've never seen this movie. What's the oh no such? Is it bad?
No, it's fine, but it does have lots of plot stuff that doesn't make any fucking sense.
I vaguely remember something about a weird sword thing, but I don't know.
Yes, and you have to be in sync with your partner at all. Like, you need compatibility with your partner. The one thing I remember the most about this movie was actually because it was used as an insult in the furry community. We're not gonna be together anymore. We're just gonna be drift compatible. And it's like, oh god.
Yeah,
it was used as an insult against an owner of a really big website.
I did like this movie, but at the same time, it did have a lot of issues, and unfortunately, when it first came out, everyone was saying the exact same thing about it. It's just dumb. Fun. It's literally the turn your brain off and enjoy it movie.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, if you do that, it is a fun ride, but it does have problems, and unfortunately, due to the way that the movie was marketed and the way that people talk about it, you weren't allowed to criticize this film. Like, you weren't allowed to point out the inconsistencies because you're just being a fucking, a contrarian, a wet towel on everyone's fun.
Yeah.
So I'm not surprised that he's bringing this up because it's like the perfect example for him to use where he's going to be like, yeah, see? Films like that exist. Right? You can just turn your brain off and have fun. Who cares if there's plot holes? It's just dumb action-y fun. It was meant to be. Who cares? Yeah. And it's like, okay, it kind of was that, especially for how simple of a movie it is. That's literally all it is. It's literally just big robots fight big monster things, and that's it. There's very little plot. There's not much plot to it. So it can get a little bit of a pass with that, but it's like it also doesn't take itself seriously.
There's kind of a lot of plot to it as well. It's one of those weird mixes where there's tons of plot to it, like building the wall defense, and the wall defenses will stop us needing to use the Jaegers. So, we won't have to put money into the Jaeger programs. Then the aliens invade and actually attack one of the places that has the most fortified wall defenses, and the wall defenses do jack shit to the monsters because the aliens are constantly adapting them to overcome the new obstacles that are being presented, and only Jaegers can have adaptability back to keep fighting them. It's weird because they go through a lot of it to try to showcase like the politics of the situation and the people living on the ground and stuff. It is really fucking weird.
Yeah, it was an odd movie.
and
don't know.
I can't remember what the aliens' end goal is or why they hate us so much, but they just do. They fucking do.
If I
And the
remember
way the movie
correctly,
ends is they send a Jaeger through the alien portal back to the alien world and blow it up. Like, fuck you and your kaiju building factories, fuckers. And then it's just, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it was
They're
literally
basically
just...
playing a game of football with a literal nuclear football.
Oh.
Yeah, and then they put it through the portal and they're just like, eat shit, and blow up the alien factories.
Hmm.
Yeah.
No, do you have more?
I was just gonna say, it's an odd film in that I understand when people say that, you know, it's just meant to be robots fighting monsters and you're supposed to enjoy your time with it. And it's like, but like Seth says, there is a lot of other stuff to it where it's like, it's trying to take itself more seriously than people let it on to be.
Yeah.
Where, you know, it does kind of feel like it doesn't take it seriously if you don't pay attention. But then you have all this underlying stuff that comes with it where it's like, oh no, they clearly wanted you to take it somewhat seriously. But if you criticize any of that stuff, you know, well, you're taking it too seriously. They didn't take themselves that seriously. And it's like, well, they did. They did.
Yeah.
They just didn't do a very good job of it.
Yeah. Because you even get weird stuff where, like, the way that they come up with the idea to stop the aliens is because a guy injects kaiju essence into himself so he can think with the kaiju now. It's so funny. Oh.
Yeah, it's really weird. The movie is strange. I don't know. I have very mixed feelings where it was like I enjoyed it when I watched it, but at the same time I was left questioning a lot of stuff where I was just like, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah.
It's a very strange film, but kind of perfect for people like this because of the weird strangeness that goes on with it. They can use it as a weapon, and I don't like that. It's annoying.
Yeah. $5 from just a guy from Alabama. Thank you. I miss Call of Duty Black Ops 2. It was peak online multiplayer, had an interesting campaign, and a failed unique setting you don't see a lot.
I never played Black Ops 2. I was still on the boycott bandwagon. I still haven't played Modern Warfare 2 or anything like that.
$5 from Bentastic197. Thank you. This guy sounds like the person who would be mad that you are complaining about being served buffalo dung when you ordered a medium rare steak.
Yeah, just enjoy what they served you for it.
I've always hated those kinds of arguments, and it's almost similar to a fan entitlement argument, where it's like, oh, you expect the developer to do what you want them to do. It's like, no, I'm expecting the developers to make something fucking good.
Yeah.
$5 from Abdulio. Thank you. Pacific Rim was a fun film, but could have been better if the story was more polished and those plot holes fixed. Fun but flawed. Oh. Alright, let's see where this goes.
Is this not the coolest movie of all time? No, it isn't. I can say that from my perspective, it is not the coolest movie of all time.
Yeah, I don't know, I guess I'm just not super impressed by a giant robot mech fighting a creature in the ocean.
Right.
It seems like something that's trying to be cool, and it's just not even registering for me because of that.
I'm gonna tell you, what I find way cooler than this would be stuff like Serenity.
Yeah.
Just because I love space western style settings. I love that kind of setting. That is super right up my alley.
Okay, yes, we get it. Robots fighting creatures. Fucking get on with it. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. This is pure. It's all spectacle, all visual. Wow. Ooh, shiny colors. Ooh. It's like, okay, yeah. That doesn't hear what that's not what we're here for.
Yeah, you fucking cooming over this movie and its fights is like, it doesn't contribute to the subject you're talking about. You're just saying how cool you think something is. No one cares.
Yeah, you heard me right. Pacific Rim is one of my favorite films. But not in the same way that Children of Men is. I made a 20-minute video picking apart.
Just pausing it because he's using a lot of footage there.
Fair. But again, it being your favorite film doesn't matter. And it being your favorite film, but not for the same reasons as Children of Men, is not... Like, that doesn't matter either. And he said he made a 20-minute film picking apart Children of Men? So hold on.
But not in the same way that Children of Men is. I made a 20-minute video picking apart every little tiny bit of subtext that connects Children of Men to the Bible. You think I could...
Oh, okay. What's it got to do with plot holes? Like, remember, your video's about plot holes here, my dude.
I think he's trying to make the point that... Well, no, he didn't even say criticism. He said connections to the Bible.
Yeah. He's not even saying, I am a critic too. No, he didn't say that at all.
Alright, let's see where this goes, I guess.
I could pull something off like that with Pacific Rim? Not in a million years. But...
How do you know Pacific Rim isn't... Well, if Pacific... There's only two, right?
Well, technically there's also a series about it, which is like Pacific Rim Black or whatever.
Okay, I'm talking about the movies. There's only two.
Yeah.
Okay, so what if Pacific Rim 3 comes out, and it's just like the first two, but then there's also a lot of, like, subtextual... Goodbye, pagan. Hello, pagan. What if there's just, like, a lot of subtextual biblical references in Pacific Rim 3? They're actually, like, really meaningful and, like, done well.
Yeah, I don't know. But I don't know why he's trying to, like, say, it's like, okay, what does it matter that you can't make a 20-minute video connecting Pacific Rim to the Bible? What point are you driving at? What is the point? This is when the lawyer would get up and say, objection, relevance? What does this have to do with what the actual topic is?
Yeah.
But that's not the point of... I'll be the first to tell you that Pacific Rim doesn't have an airtight plot or Oscar-worthy acting. The story is so-so at best, and the film most definitely had action figure sales in mind during its creation. It's objectively not great.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so how does this strengthen your argument about plot holes?
Yeah, if anything, you're now agreeing with us that you can criticize films and still enjoy them.
Yeah.
So like, you just killed your own argument.
Your entire narrative in the point. Like, you fucking shot it in the head.
And some plot holes so huge in this film, it makes me question the legality of the main couple's relationship. If you really sit down and think about the timeline presented in the film, there is no believable way that the main female love interest is any older than, like...
Yes, I know according to Mako Mori's official birthday in the lore, she's over 18. But if you didn't know that and go only on what the movie says, this is the result you come to. Oh, no.
So I haven't watched the movie. I need context.
He's gonna say that that he wants to bang an underage chick.
Okay, but what information in the movie implies that she's not an adult?
I don't remember anything that implies that she's not an adult.
Yeah, I don't either. The only thing we see is like a flashback where she's saved as a child by like the captain of this team, and he doesn't look that much older from when he saved her, implying that she likely isn't that much older than she was when they found her.
Okay, but like some people age really fucking well.
Yeah, dude. Fucking Christopher Lee aged beautifully, gracefully. That is a motherfucker who just looks good, right?
Yeah, like not everyone is going to be an Obi-Wan Kenobi who goes from fucking 30 years old to 60 years old in the span of 10 years.
Yeah.
Or sorry, 20.
Yeah. I don't know. I didn't even think about this when watching the film. There was a bunch of other problems where I was just like, "What the fuck? Like, how does that correlate with this?"
Yeah, that's the other point I was going to go with was, is he actually making a problem out of thin air that doesn't exist when other problems do exist that he could have talked about?
Yes, pretty much. Yeah.
No. Christopher Lee wasn't just a metal singer. Christopher Lee helped create the metal genre, for God's sake. He was real life's main character, okay? He's been going down the drain ever since he left us.
$2 from Abdulio. Thank you. It wasn't romantic. It was just mission partners.
Yeah, I just thought they had an empathetic relationship. Like they were like, hey, you know, we're basically brothers at this point. You know, even though obviously she's a woman, we're brothers at this point. We're comrades. We fought and bled together.
Yeah, I think.
Please don't tell me.
I don't know though. I guess let's.
Please,
I'm trying to remember.
Wild thing.
They didn't kiss at the end of the movie, did they? When they come up from the ocean and they thought, like, everyone thought they were dead. They don't kiss in that scene, do they?
I don't remember.
Because if they do, that kind of throws that whole thing out. But I don't remember if they did or not. I mean, even so, I don't think she's underage in the film, so it doesn't matter.
They hugged. So it's
They
Chaplain
hugged.
Asmodai in chat.
Okay, yeah, okay, so yeah, it wasn't even romantic then. So not only was she 18 by the time of the film, but she was also not in a romantic relationship with him. So he's literally creating nothing out of nothing so he could say, oh, well, see how stupid you sound complaining about this? It's like, nobody's complaining about that. Like, there was way more issues with the film than that.
Okay, so she dives in the water to get to his pod.
You checking
She
the
revives
scene?
him. She hugs. She's holding him tight. He turns out to be alive. And they're all just happy, smiling. And they push their foreheads together because they were just in a really awful situation. And yeah, no, they're just holding. They're just hugging. Because they're both alive.
So
there's...
This isn't one of those weirdos who assumes that any affection between two people is automatically romantic.
God, then he must think Black Hawk Down is super gay. Because in Black Hawk Down, they do the same thing when they make it to the safety of the stadium. Two of the characters take off their helmets and they push their foreheads together and they're like smiling and happy and holding on to each other because they realize they got out of there alive.
I think what he's going to end up doing is saying that this was like one of the big complaints about the film that fans made. And he's going to point out how stupid they sound by saying this, even though I'm like 99% sure this was not a very big complaint in the fandom. I'm pretty sure it was just like an outlier of a few people who might have like misinterpreted what her age was and their relationship, when the majority of the actual complaints were about the plot itself and not that. I'm willing to bet that's what he's going to do. He's going to try and say like, oh, look how stupid people sound for complaining about this when it doesn't even matter and it's not even that big of an issue and shit like that, when one, it's not even an actual plot hole, you're literally inventing shit, and two, that wasn't the biggest complaints people had about the movie.
Yeah, but he was saying like this is the only logical conclusion you can come to, so he's saying that this is true. So hold on, let's listen to his full thing here.
Yeah, I'm curious now.
Relationship. If you really sit down and think about the timeline presented in the film, there is no believable way that the main female love interest is any older than like 16 or 17, at best. But people get too caught up on all of this.
Do not
So
even go
again-
give the evidence.
Yeah, no evidence,
Yeah, so
no
he's-
nothing. Just
he
take my word
said-
for it,
He
bro.
just made this claim. It's like, only logic is she's 16 or 17. It's like, what the fuck? Where? Okay, evidence?
Yeah. What the fuck? I don't know, man. This just makes you look creepy. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know what to tell you. This just makes you come off as fucking creepy and weird.
My sources that I made it the fuck up. I mean, maybe we're getting a Senator Armstrong here.
I don't know,
But he's
man.
saying-
I think he might have been projecting with the whole Redditor thing. I think this guy might be pure fucking Reddit.
Oh god.
It is a hilarious line, but it's also sad how much it comes up. My sources that I made it the fuck up. Because it is super common with the videos we cover.
But people get too caught up on all of this. And by doing so, they forget that Pacific Rim has some incredibly unique robot and kaiju designs.
Okay.
That doesn't
Who
matter.
cares?
That doesn't make
matter
a
to
good
the
movie.
Story and plot hole.
It doesn't matter if the design of the alien and the robots looks good. What matters is, does the rest of the film facilitate it in a believable and logical way?
This also comes across as far, far, far worse if you just take what he's saying at face value. Yeah, there's a creeper relationship of someone who's 16 or 17 with an adult. But look, cool monster and robot designs, guys.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it really
Like, what
does
the
come
fuck?
off like that. Which is why I brought up the Redditor thing. It's like, I don't know, man. That sounds like projecting, maybe.
Holy shit, man. And again, they actually do in the story is still fucked, but they actually do try to go through this and like, hey, these Jaegers cost us a fucking fortune to run and operate, okay? It costs us a fucking fortune, and all of the pilots are basically superstars. So when a Jaeger goes down, it's like a national tragedy on the world scale. Like the entire human race goes into mourning, okay? Maybe we should stop relying on the Jaeger so they start doing the wall program, and that turns out the wall doesn't work. It's just, oh god. It's like, so they actually do think about this. They try to facilitate the giant robots so they make sense. So like, yeah, these things are fucking expensive as fuck to operate. The damage they take in battle costs billions to make.
God, also, the wall idea was just fucking stupid to begin with, because
Yeah.
it's like, okay, so basically what you're saying is we should let the world become overrun with giant monsters where we're just trapped in these mega cities surrounded by walls. We can never leave. We can never like go out to get more resources. And God forbid, which we find out later, you know, if one of these things can fly, they can just fly right over the fucking wall, which is confirmed later that yes, they can fucking fly. So
Well, I mean,
it's
the
completely
wall has
worthless.
defensive systems on them and everything, and turrets and stuff. But it was just it was a dumb idea. Because again, now you can't travel between the different human settlements or anything anymore because they could be attacked on the way. I think it was fucking stupid.
Mm-hmm.
It was just stupid. Yeah, it was literally Attack on Titan. It literally was. That's what they were trying.
Yeah.
Hell, they even call them Jaegers, for God's sakes, okay? It's pretty fucking obvious where some of the inspiration came from.
Yeah.
Now, we can't say that 100%, but come on, it's pretty close. You can
There's
see
definitely some inspiration there. Especially when you consider that when this movie came out, Attack on Titan was like still one of the biggest animes of the time. Like
Yeah.
everyone was talking about it, so I'm not surprised.
Scientifically plausible strategies to power their robots. They forget that the film is a visual treat with bright color palettes and action pieces that make the earth shake. They forget that Pacific Rim essentially revitalized the monster movie industry in the West.
What?
Okay, one, it did not do that, and two, look what we've gotten in terms of like monster movies in the West. We've gotten like Godzilla 2014 and like Godzilla King of the Monsters and stuff like that. It's like those were not good films.
Yeah, it's just weird.
Yeah, so this is just weird, and also again, it's literally just, but my pretty colors, but looky, giant monster fight, ooh. It's literally the fucking like TLJ shit of like, but look how well this scene was shot. Look how amazing this planet looks. Look how cool these designs are.
Well, the big
ignore
one for
all the
Last
other
Jedi,
stuff.
The big one for Last Jedi is, look how amazing the hyperspace kamikaze looks. Isn't it
exactly.
beautiful how the lights are shredding the Empire or the First Order ships apart? It's like, okay, but everything surrounding that is fucking retarded. Sure, it looks pretty. Looking pretty doesn't mean a whole lot on its own.
Yeah, with TLJ, it was fucking look how pretty everything is, and my themes. And everything else surrounding it was awful.
Pacific Rim walked so the current monsterverse of Kong and Godzilla could run.
Are you serious?
What?
What? No, you are fucking reaching super fucking hard.
Are we being trolled?
But also the idea that like, oh yeah, these are masterpieces and they wouldn't have existed without this. It's like I think we would have been better off without them.
Yeah. Yeah, I do too. King Ghidorah was cool, but oh god, the best part that came out of those movies was the fucking head. All right, didn't they joke that his name was Jeff or something? Kevin. Oh, his name was Kevin. That's it. Like it was supposed to be like normal King Ghidorah head, and then Kevin, who was an idiot. And that just came about because people noticed in the movie it was always the left head would always do something like wholesome or weird, and the other heads would actually like have to nip at him and bite at him and get him to be like, "Focus, you dumb fuck."
Isn't that meme, or isn't that meme that goes around of the two heads looking pissed and the third
and then the one head
derp?
just looked like, eh.
Yep.
I didn't even realize that was King Ghidorah for the longest time. I thought it was just a random fucking Hydra.
No, yeah,
nope, it's King Ghidorah.
In the movie, like when he literally gets reawoken from his slumber, the first thing that they do is King Ghidorah is looking around, and he's all pissed off and angry, and the dumbhead Kevin leans in, he's looking at the military guys, and he's like, "You smell nice," and he tries to lick one of them, and the other head, the middle head, grabs his horn, bites him, starts yanking him, and pulls him up. He's like, "Motherfucker, pay attention to what we're doing." And he's like, "Oh, okay, I'm sorry."
Yeah.
That sounds kind of fucking retarded, I'm not gonna lie.
It is.
It is.
There's, I don't know. That film was weird. It had some good scenes in it, but man, the stuff with the people, all the stuff involving the humans is some of the worst writing I've ever seen in a film. It is so bad.
Yeah.
Like, that thing with the derp head would be fine if it was, like, the whole thing was a comedy movie. If it was like a Monty Python type movie, you know?
Yeah.
The two serious heads and the one derp head, and the derp head keeps... That would make sense there. But when you're talking about, like, a serious movie, where these monsters are a genuine threat to the world and humanity, everything, and then you just have this derp head fucking derping about constantly, then it's like...
Yeah. Granted,
it sounds like tonal whiplash.
How derpy it is, it seems... I guess, if I was being more fair, he's just inquisitive, right? He's trying to be the inquisitive one that thinks he's trying to be like, oh, that's curious, that's interesting. Meanwhile, the middle head is obviously the brains of the operation, and then the right head's just pissed off, like, almost all the time.
Yeah. It's not as bad as it seems, but at the same time, it is a little odd. Like, it's clear that the heads are meant to have, like, their own personalities, and yeah, one is, like, kind of aloof and inquisitive, one is very angry, and the other one is, like, the dominant one. And But obviously, like this stuff doesn't come up when they're like fighting or whenever it's a serious moment or whatever. Like whenever they're actually in combat, it's they all they come together, they're unified. It's only when like
Theodora wakes up, he doesn't know what the fuck humans are. So the Kevin head, or what people nickname the Kevin head, is obviously like, the fuck are you? And he like gets in close. He's like, who the fuck are you?
And then he tries to eat some of them. He's like, I wonder how they taste. And then the other head's just like, will you fucking knock it off?
Yeah. It literally bites his horn and is like wrenching him like, pay the fuck attention, asshole. Let's do the fucking breath attack. He's like, oh
yeah, I forgot we could do that. He fucking proceeds to kill everyone.
Gets a lot right. And it's most definitely an enjoyable watch for those who are fans of robots and monsters beating one another up. And when you take away the erudite film buff facade, who isn't? Look at Christopher Nolan.
Wait.
And here's the thing. There's nothing wrong with enjoying the film. You could still enjoy the film and have criticisms of it, dumbass.
Yeah, they're not mutually exclusive. Again, I like Birdemic, and it is objectively, by every metric, a dog shit movie. That's kind of what makes it charming.
I just hate this idea that you can't be critical of something you like. I'm gonna say it again. Yeah. I like Morbius. It is hilarious how fucking many problems that movie has.
Yeah, I agree. It has many problems, but I don't like it either.
There's a lot of stuff I like that I have a lot of problems with. God knows how much I've talked about MLP on here, and God knows I have a lot of problems with that show.
Yeah. Any Neil Breen movie, they aren't plot holes, they are plot voids, and they are just so fun to watch. Yeah. Yeah. Oh God, him. All of the senators and all the politicians in the United States standing up in a row and confessing their sins and then killing themselves. It was just like, what the fuck?
God, Creed just gave me flashbacks of when we watched Morbius. I'm just like going through it in my head again. I'm just like, oh my God, I remember that now. Like my reactions to stuff. I was like, oh my God. God, we should have recorded that.
We did.
Oh yeah, we did, didn't we?
The problem with that one though is because I was doing the screen share thing, there was no way to properly balance the audio. So there's times where the movie was drowning you out completely. But we could still probably extract a few moments from that and edit it into something at some point.
Yeah.
Picture Tenet, a film that's decidedly far too confusing for its own good. Pretty much anyone who's seen the film will tell you that the details of the plot are incomprehensible, including me. But what I'll also tell you is that I freaking loved Tenet. The brief moments where the plot lined up and I actually understood what was happening were some of the coolest moments in film history for me. Seeing the protagonist invert himself through time, going back through the events of the first half of the film, and realizing that he's the guy we fought in reverse earlier, was pretty much mind-blowing. So I really don't care that there was never a...
That sounds like one of those things where someone had an idea of wouldn't this be cool, and then they just did it regardless of how little sense it made. Because this is another movie I haven't seen, but I heard the premise is... essentially, this one guy's time is moving backwards for him, but since we're seeing it from his perspective, it looks like everything else is going backwards. Or something to that effect. I don't know. It's really weird the way I've heard it described.
Yeah, I've never seen Tenet.
Neither have I, so...
No.
So I guess we're just
It just sounds like a... Funny enough, it just sounds like a worse version of Emesis Blue, which also has like a lot of weird stuff going on in it where you're not sure like what is actually happening, but it actually makes sense there, and things actually do line up when you think about it.
And my community is going to be watching that. That's our next Saturday Showtime movie. We're going to watch Emesis Blue.
Yeah. I'll try to be there.
It's good. Yeah, I wish you guys were there for the Monty Python one. Damn it. I
had to go pick up my uncle from jail. I couldn't be there, unfortunately.
Yeah. Have you seriously talked to the mayor yet? Do it.
Talk to her.
The mayor. Fucking
The
do it.
mayor?
Yeah.
I don't know if we even have a mayor.
Okay. Whoever runs your county then.
I
At
don't
least
know,
talk
we're-
to your sheriff. For God's sake.
Well, we think the sheriff is part of the problem, so we're thinking we're probably just going to have to, like, press charges against the entire precinct.
Alright, fair.
But yeah.
Oh, hey. Hopefully you get a big windfall from that and then get going.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Get your windfall and then get the fuck out of there.
Mm-hmm.
Concoction for how the bad guy got the algorithm during the car chase. The film, overall, impressed me and made me feel excitement and that wonderful, aha, feeling of clarity to heights that I didn't think were possible.
See, this one is
Okay.
hard to comment on because none of us have seen this movie in particular. But considering even he himself said parts of this movie were nonsense, then it just feels like those aha moments were, I guess, less valuable because of that. Because if your aha moment relies on actual nonsense, then is it really that much of an aha moment?
Not really. It just sounds like an aha moment in that, oh,
The
I
director
finally
wanted you
understood.
to come to this conclusion and feel
Yeah, and
this
it's like-
thing.
Oh, I finally understood a moment in this movie. Something finally made sense. Aha!
Yeah.
Like, trust me, if we ever finish the fucking flow charts and diagrams for MS Blue and we understand the entire plot, that'll be an aha moment for sure.
Someone ashamed for liking a movie with plot holes, or for
I'm sorry.
Well,
That cut off for me, so I'm winding it back.
clarity
fair
to
enough.
heights that I didn't think were possible. Someone shouldn't have to feel ashamed for liking a movie with plot holes. Or
Well,
for...
that's going to be a very subjective thing.
yeah,
'Cause-
why do you feel ashamed for liking a movie in general? Again, there are things called guilty pleasures for a reason.
Yeah.
Where the movie is awful, but you still like it. Like, again, mine's Birdemic. The movie is genuinely terrible. Awful movie. There is no good quality in that movie whatsoever. But it is so fun to watch because it is so fucking awful.
Again, this is going to be one of those things that's very much down to the person and what they individually feel shame over. Because maybe there is someone out there who, you know, there's a movie that has plot-destroying plot holes, and they still find some kind of enjoyment from that movie for some reason, and they just feel, man, I really shouldn't like this, though, because of how badly written it is, but I just really like it. But I'm not sure I've ever actually seen anyone like that myself. Maybe they exist out there. But this just kind of seems like someone talking out their ass to me.
It does. In fact, I would consider Pacific Rim one of my guilty pleasures. Like, it's not a good film, but I do enjoy it, but it's not good. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with realizing that, hey, there's a lot of problems with this movie, but I still enjoy it. You could do that.
Wow. And there's a tiny little thing I want to play when we're done with this today.
Alright.
So people can understand. It sums up Birdemic perfectly. Just this little clip.
Alright. $2 from Abdulio. Thank you. It's always because they take it personally. Yeah. That does seem to be much of the problem with, I don't know how else to describe it. These anti-criticism videos is they just seem to take criticism of the thing they like way too personally.
Yeah.
Yeah.
$5
Yeah,
from
no-
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say that they have to feel that the things that they like have to be really good. Like, they can't be objectively bad in any way.
Yeah,
because
it's
you're an upstanding person. You're not at fault, so you would only pick good things. They get this weird delusion in themselves.
it might also be a thing of, oh well, I'm a smart person. I wouldn't enjoy something that's dumb and poorly written and bad.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, you said upstanding. Those are different things.
Fair enough, but it's the same basic concept. You're somebody of worth and of note. You wouldn't fall for that.
But like, it's not even a fault of people that they might not notice problems in movies. Like, it is easy to go, like, brain off mode and just sit and enjoy something.
Yep.
$5 from Scorchercast. Thank you. If you can rewrite reality, would you make all Star Wars content after the sale of Lucasfilm's good? Just good, or make David Cage been an amazing writer? Is this an either-or question?
Yeah, I think it is.
Because that's the thing. This is kind of an answer. Almost, I want to say neither. Because if we get good Star Wars movies after Lucas sale, then hey, that's cool. That's good. I'm glad we have good Star Wars. But on the other hand, The Last Jedi being so spectacularly fucking dog shit led to the rise of many people on YouTube whose content I enjoy greatly, and we might not have that without that movie. He did say it's an either-or. On the other hand, David Cage is so fucking full of himself that I prefer the reality we're in where he's a shit writer.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say is neither, because of what we got.
Because I don't want him to be a smug, like, self-important piece of shit and be good.
Yeah, exactly. Plus, it's just funny to laugh at his shit. Like,
yeah.
It's so funny to point at his games and shit and be like, "Oh my god, look how fucking shit this is."
But guns in my head, if I had to choose one of them, I guess making David Cage a better writer would probably be the better option. If for no other reason than we get to keep the people who have become what they are thanks to Last Jedi being spectacularly terrible.
Yeah. Plus, I'm just so, like, I just don't care about Star Wars anymore, to the point where it's like, I don't even care if it becomes good again. I'm just so thoroughly done with Star Wars that even if it had, like, some revitalization, I don't think I would care.
Let's say for argument, nothing else changes about the timeline. So we do keep all the people who have become who they are now, thanks to The Last Jedi. Even though that version of reality, that doesn't exist to incite that. We get to keep them. So then my answer would be Star Wars. Like, easily. Because then we get good Star Wars again. With, like, none of the downsides of making that change to reality. $10 from Light of the Twin Lamps. Thank you. It's funny how Disney destroyed Star Wars canon because they wanted to create new stories, when everything they produce is copied from Legends. First Order equals Imperial Remnant. Thrawn, Evil Solo Son. Yeah. It's just bizarre that they dumpstered all the, like, established expanded universe canon because they wanted to tell their own stories. And then because they now have this, like, there's no limit on what they can do, they just do... I don't know, even calling it the most basic shit is giving it too much credit. Like, they've just done nothing of value with this IP. I shouldn't say nothing of value. Apparently Andor was good. I haven't watched it, though. Besides Andor, they haven't done anything of value with this IP.
For liking any movie in the American Film Institute's Top 100. They shouldn't have to feel like a phony film fan for preferring Chicken Little over Citizen Kane.
Who the fuck feels that way?
Yeah, what? Again, if you actually feel that way, there's way bigger mental problems that person has. Like, holy shit.
This feels like someone who's just making shit up in his head and complaining about it.
Yeah.
Especially because that movie was a fucking fever dream. What the fuck? Chicken Little was something else. There was something wrong with the person who made that film.
I've never seen it.
It's unwatchable. It is literally unwatchable. I cannot get through it. I can't. It's that fucking weird. It's so much of a fever dream that it's just like, what the fuck is happening? It's so bad. So yeah, if you prefer this over Citizen Kane, there's actually something wrong with you.
Yeah, I don't know where he's getting all this from.
Yeah. $2 from Abdulio, real quick.
Thank
it's not
you.
bizarre. Money. They're not wanting to pay the writers. So they don't want to pay royalties and stuff like that is basically what Abdulio's getting at.
Yeah, but
Which, yeah, I can see Disney being that scumbaggy.
Wouldn't you still have to pay the writers technically if you're like ripping off their stories but like changing them?
No, because there are ways to like argue around that.
How so? Because like, if I bought all rights and ownership of, well, let's go with Star Trek for example, because we've been watching it, and then I decide to remake all of Deep Space Nine, but every single episode is like the same plot lines but different. Like, how is that not using like the same characters and stories from the original that the original writers would be entitled to royalties for?
Because you just have to change just enough of it, and then it's no longer considered purely a retreading of it. It's a new creative work. Because you've made a change to it.
$2 from Abdulio, thank you. 20% difference means not a copy. Legal bullshit. 20%?
The reason you want that is because you want people to actually be able to create things where, hey, they came up with it on their own. They didn't physically know the other thing existed already.
Yeah,
and they'd be like, yeah, but this are different. But yeah, but all the rest of it's the same.
Okay, but that's like that's if you're the owner of Star Trek and you have you own all of Deep Space Nine, that's your property. Like that is your media that you can earn money off of by having it play on TV and stuff, and on streaming services. Like you can't say that your version of that, your new version of that you're making, that you don't know about the original. You aren't aware of the original.
You can't prove that you didn't know the other thing existed either in court, right? Even if you legitimately didn't know, you can't prove that you had no influence from you one way or the other.
Even if you own that other thing.
No. I'm saying the reason that the law exists the way it does is for these instances. It gets abused, sure, but yeah, they could absolutely be like, no, it is different. This is why it's different. So it's not the same retreading. We're not using your script. Now you also get into derivative law, right? So derivative is so the guy that's suing the Rings of Power right now, right? Because he's saying the Rings of Power stole his plot lines. His work is derivative of Lord of the Rings, though. So it's going to get into this really interesting question of, will the courts view it as derivative, therefore he doesn't actually have the rights to his own work because it's derivative of Star Wars itself, or a derivative of Lord of the Rings itself. Sorry, not Star Wars. My apologies. So it's derivative of Lord of the Rings itself. Therefore, they don't have to pay him for any of it or anything. We'll just have to see where that court case goes. If it gets thrown out entirely because it is derivative, or we'll just have to see what fucking happens.
Vane, you shouldn't feel obligated to tell your buddy about all the plot holes in his favorite film, or why his favorite really ought not to be when there are so many more refined options out there.
Who the fuck does this aside from pretentious up their own ass fucking film school students and critics?
Yeah. The people that we literally like mock all the time, especially stuff like Neo Jesus, who talks about how like, oh, my setup is so expensive. Oh, you'll never see anybody with this hundreds of dollars setup.
Yeah.
Like, it's those pretentious jackasses.
Yeah, not everyone who criticizes movies is the kind of person that's going to, like, tell you you're bad and wrong for not liking the thing that they should like.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, all this is because of apparently people on Reddit reading too much BuzzFeed and regurgitating that, which I don't even think those people would have the kinds of opinions he's claiming people would have to deal with here.
Yeah.
Like, those are two different groups.
My opinion is a life cycle for every movie fan. A sort of metamorphosis that takes place. Or at least there was for me. Maybe it goes something like this. You start out as a casual fan, enjoying movies because they entertain you. You like going out to the movies with your friends, and you host a movie night every once in a while for some casual viewing. Then one day, your oh-so-intelligent buddy points out why your favorite movie actually sucks because of plot holes X, Y, and Z.
Okay. I mean, he can be right. Sucks is a qualitative, like, that's an objective quality marker, right? So he could be entirely right. Doesn't mean that you don't have to, that you have to stop liking it all of a sudden.
It also doesn't necessarily mean he's saying you shouldn't like that. Like, if we got into a discussion right now about some random movie and one of us was like, oh, hey, I really like this movie, and one of you is like, oh, well, I saw that movie too and I didn't really like it because, you know, it didn't make sense that this happened, or I didn't really understand why the character was doing this or that or whatever. It's like, that's not you telling me that I shouldn't like that movie or it shouldn't be my favorite, or...
You shouldn't like Morbius.
Wow, fuck you. But seriously, though, like, pointing out, like, why you didn't like a movie isn't saying, oh, well, you shouldn't like that movie. You should like this instead. Like, that's not how that works. No one has these conversations. Like, this actually makes me wonder if this person has ever fucking interacted with anyone else in his life. Aside from maybe pretentious film school students with their heads up their asses. And as Snowfrost says in chat, Morb.
You're inclined to agree, and this sets you down the path of analyzing films. Maybe you discover the channel Cinema Sins, binge a couple...
Oh god. If your inspiration is Cinema Sins, I am so sorry for you.
Yeah.
Unless your inspiration is to not be as shit as them.
Yeah. That's the lesson you should take, is don't be like Cinema Sins.
Yeah, you
Either
can
commit to being jokey jokes or to being actual critique. Like, don't ride the line between us and then just leave it up to, well, which ones are real and which ones are jokes? I'll never tell. It's like, fuck off.
Yeah, you can use something bad as an inspiration of to not be that fucking bad.
Setch, you shouldn't like Metal Gear Revengeance. I still like Metal Gear Revengeance. I still do. It's funny because I haven't even played it. I like it. I just like it.
I love it. I played it and I like
it.
it. I fucking love it. I think it's great.
Also, again...
I just like that the Senator Armstrong... Pippa has a fantastic reaction when Senator Armstrong is talking about his reasons for why he's doing what he's doing. Pippa's like, holy shit, based! And he's going through his full speech.
It's like, funny how, like...
politicians. And he's like, fuck the United States. She's like, I don't know about that one, Chief. And he's like, fuck all these people that can't think beyond their own fucking nose. She's like, peace!
Yeah, I like that as time goes on, more and more, fucking Senator Armstrong becomes more of the hero of that story than the villain.
Yes.
It's so good. It is so well written. Like, it's goofy, it's weird, it's got all kinds of like crazy shenanigans going on it, but it's actually really well written. I fucking
Yes.
love it. And it becomes more and more true every day. All the shit that they say about like the government and how like, you know, they're trying to take over your life and everything, and all
Yeah.
this secret stuff that they do in the background. And it's like it just keeps getting proven correct more and more every year, and it's hilarious.
This is just reminding me of that meme of, it's a 4chan post, play a game, agree with the bad guy, die to him, tell everyone I completed the game.
Yeah. Yeah, Senator Armstrong is literally that fucking villain. It's like, I just want you to kill me, and I want to turn the game off because I don't want to kill you. It's like,
Yeah.
oh my god, it's like, you're not wrong. Like, you're kind of doing it in a fucked up way, but man, everything else you're saying, like, if you weren't trying to kill everybody, I would totally agree with you.
Absolutely. $5 from Abdulio. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
In my experience, they always take it as an insult to their intelligence. That because something they held in high regard is flawed, it implies they're stupid. Or implies stupidity, but I assume he means that the person holding it in high regard is stupid. It's like, no. Well, yes, I agree. That's the reason why they do it. But yeah, that's not what that implies. To a normal, rational person, you can separate yourself from the stuff that you like, right?
And also, just like, it's not even a mistake to not notice a problem in a movie, but like, just admitting that you can like something and maybe missed that it might have a problem in it. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yep.
The debraining of children is questionable, but I cannot deny the veracity of many of his statements.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my god, the fucking one dude, Sundowner, in that one said, like, the good old times before 9/11, or after 9/11.
Oh my god.
Yeah, there's some weird stuff going on in that game. The fucking Sundowner especially, where he's basically, like, personally overseeing, like, all the orphans having their brains taken out and put into robotic bodies and stuff. And there's, like, this weird statement where he's like, children are cruel, Jack, and I'm well, or what does he say? I'm well acquainted, or like, I'm well attuned with my inner child. It's like, oh, that's creepy. But yeah, then he says the fucking line of, like, the good old days after 9/11. Oh god, what a fucking great game. It is so fucking funny. I should play that on stream one day, because I've played that game so many times. It is so good.
I've never played it.
It is so good. If I stream it, you need to, like, hop in a call with me and watch it, because it is fucking hilarious.
Alright.
It is so good, especially when we get to the end and we get to Senator Armstrong and everything he's about. It's so fucking good.
I have seen the final boss fight. Well, I think it's the final boss fight. Where, I made it the fuck up line comes from.
Oh, that's not actually in the game. That's an edit. Yeah, he doesn't actually say that. That's from a great video. If you haven't seen that video, we need to watch it, because it is fucking amazing.
Well, I have seen the fight. See, I thought that was in the game. I guess I'm wrong. I have seen the fight where nano machines, son. I've seen that scene.
Mm-hmm. Okay. There's some other, like, even if you've seen that, the rest of it is still worth seeing. There's still so much good stuff. But yeah, if you haven't seen the video that the fucking the I made it the fuck up, if you haven't seen what that's from, we need to watch that after the stream, because it is amazing.
Yeah. Gonna do that.
The path of analyzing films. Maybe you discover the channel Cinema Sins, binge a couple video essays, and before you know it, you're a plot hole finding wizard. you start to realize something. You haven't actually enjoyed a film in a really long time.
Man,
No.
I can't
What a
tell you the
fucking
high I get when you find a
loser.
really good movie. When you find a really good, like, fucking, we talk about it a lot. Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. No right to be as good as it is, and holy shit, is it quality.
Yeah, that was a great fucking movie, and we've been seeing good stuff for a while. Like, yeah, there's a lot of shit coming out, but we find good stuff to talk about every once in a while. Hell, I'd never seen Deep Space Nine, and I'm really enjoying it. It's fucking amazing.
Yes.
This guy's just fucking pathetic.
He really is. Dune, the new Dune. We fucking love the new Dune.
Yep.
There's all kinds of good stuff that comes out that we like. So he's just fucking wrong. No, there is stuff we like. There's really good stuff. It's just, it needs to actually be good. It can't just be fucking drivel and schlock. Okay, we actually have standards.
But also, once again, it's the framing this guy is giving. Oh, someone told you about some plot holes they found, and then you watched Cinema Sins, and now you're a plot hole finding machine, and now you don't enjoy anything anymore. Because everything has plot holes, and those plot holes ruin the thing for you. It's like, fucking no, that's not how it works, you retard.
Yeah, that's not how it works. There's plenty of stuff where even with plot holes present, it does not destroy the film. Jurassic Park, we just watched that. We loved it. It's great. It has plot holes. They don't ruin the fucking movie. Good God. Fuck this dude. He's actually retarded.
Yeah. It also comes across as emotional manipulation, though, that, like, oh, you started criticizing things, and here's a clip of a depressed person on a couch. Isn't that how you feel like? Because you're critical of things, too, and you find that, wow, you haven't been enjoying things because you're critical of them. Isn't that bad?
I mean, he's not wrong. I do feel this way, but not for the reasons he thinks.
Yeah, I feel this way when I engage with a piece of media that turns out to be dog shit.
Exactly. That's why I feel it. Yeah, it's like I feel this way not because, oh, I don't have the ability to shut my brain off and be stupid like everyone else. Oh. But no, it's because I fucking go to watch something and it's the most dog shit written crap I've ever seen, and everyone just fucking claps like a seal and cheers it on. That's what makes me fucking depressed.
But it's also the implication that everything is fucking bad. Which is just like an insult to all the good media that is out there.
Yeah, complete bullshit.
Is he going down the road of, you start thinking critically and no longer enjoy stuff as much? That's so sad and bad. Don't you feel bad? Wouldn't you like to feel good? Levels of cope. Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Like, this is actually coming across as an argument of, don't be critical of the things you consume, don't think, just enjoy. Like, unironic, don't think, just enjoy, forehead.
Yep.
Yep.
Sure, you some classics and picked apart all the nuances and subtexts that make them tick, but when was the last time you jumped out of your seat?
See, that's also a framing that, oh, only the good stuff is in the past, the classics.
Yeah. And also, he's like, saying, like, when did you jump out of your seat? I mean, like, well, what if that's not the movie style you're going for? What if you're going for those movies that at the end of it, you have that sense of just, like, you know, sorrow and stuff like that. You're sitting there in contemplation. Like, it makes you have a nice think. Like, yeah. What if that's the movies that you personally like? So that's what you seek out. Even if you're looking for quality in those movies, right? There's nothing that says that you have to sacrifice quality to get that feeling.
Also, I was going to make another point, then I forgot what it was. Shit. Something about the classics. Oh, yeah. If you can enjoy the classics and, you know, pick apart all the nuances and understand them really well, and you haven't... There's been no movies that make you jump out of your seat. Isn't that a testament to how bad the newer movies are, then?
Yeah. Doesn't that, by definition, make it that the new movies aren't as good as the classics, then?
Yeah.
By this framing, I should say. Because I should say there's some movies that absolutely are just as good as any of the old movies that are considered really good.
Yeah. Like, as someone who looks at plot holes in movies, I don't see every new movie that comes out as being, like, utter dog shit, it isn't worth my time, or anything of the sort. Because, again, there are still good movies coming out. There's just been a lot of shit recently. It happens.
And from what I've heard, the Mario Brothers movie is really, really fucking good.
I've heard the same.
Or I shouldn't say the Mario Brothers movie. I think Mario Brothers movie. I think it's just the Mario movie. I can't remember what they actually called it.
I should watch Puss in Boots 2, though, now that you mention it. Yes, go do it. Go watch it.
Absolutely should. Highly recommend it.
$2 from Light of the Twin Lamps. Thank you. You going to watch Fast X? Your family demands it. No. I have never seen a single Fast and the Furious movie, and that's probably not ever going to change.
The first one was okay. It really was.
Last time, childlike sense of joy, or got so sucked into a film that you forgot to analyze the cinematography or the screenwriting.
Oh my god, we're literally going down this fucking route again. The cinematography, though. You should care. You should care about the cinematography. It doesn't matter if the movie's poorly written. You should care about this stuff.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Also, once again, the framing, as if you're going into every single fucking thing you watch with the intent of analyzing it deeply. Not that you're going to watch something to be entertained, and then there's issues with it that you happen to notice because you don't turn your brain off. And it's like, oh, well, that's actually kind of taking me out of the movie. That sucks. Huh,
Yeah.
I wish this was better. Like, the entire framing is in the most negative way possible. It feels. For approaching, like, even just watching movies, or being critical of movies and talking about plot holes. There's no benefit of the doubt. It's all shit like that. It's not that people want to be entertained. It's that, oh, you're only going into a movie to analyze it. Then you got so sucked in that you forgot to do it.
Whatever.
Watch it, and the memories come flooding back. You realize that it doesn't really matter if the plot lines up 100%.
But
It does, though.
It does, though.
It does.
Yes, it always matters. That always matters.
Again, he's showing Harry Potter movies right now, obviously. Going through the books, there's a lot of things that don't line up 100% in those books. And that... I shouldn't say takes me out of the experience completely, but it does damage the experience. Because rather than going through these books and thinking, yeah, this is really well written, I can't find a problem with it, I really enjoyed it, it's... Yeah, I enjoyed those books. In fact, I really enjoyed those books, but this happened, and that doesn't make any sense. And this shouldn't work the way it does, based on what we've been told. And, you know, that was a little bit convenient for that character to be doing that there. And then so on and so forth. So, what could have been a... Well, every media experience has the potential to be a 10 out of 10 if, like, everything is perfect. So most things don't reach that level. I don't expect them to. But
yeah,
those books could have been a 10 out of 10, and instead I got a 6 or a 7 out of 10. Where I would definitely prefer them to be a 10 over a 6.
Oh, Setch, I hope you're not posting what I think you're posting.
That video? Yes.
Oh, never mind. That's fine. It's something else. I want to pull something. Actually, we can probably do it now. I have terrible fucking news.
What?
Nope. Oh yeah, no, yeah.
Oh, that is so bullshit. That is such crap. I mean, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised at all. But wow, that is fucking bullshit.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a total fucking lie and a cop out.
Yeah. Just so people in chat know, Alec Baldwin, who killed someone on set with a gun that was loaded with live round, the charges got dropped for killing that woman.
Yep.
And
absolute bullshit.
Just to make it clear, if it were anyone who wasn't a celebrity that was holding that gun, they would be in court right now. In fact, they'd probably be in jail right now. The court case would already be done.
Yep. Absolutely. It is an open and shut manslaughter case. First degree manslaughter.
The movie was good. It left you satiated. And
no, it didn't.
What?
Having just watched this movie the other day, no, it didn't.
Yeah, it's more likely if you're paying attention in the slightest, it annoys you that these things happen, that these contrivances keep happening. Also, I'll be right back a second.
All right.
And that really counts. It reminds me of the transition in art from realism to impressionism and beyond. The focus shifted from trying to capture a picture of the world around you as accurately as possible to trying to capture the general feelings and impressions of the world around you.
Those are completely different things from fucking movies.
No, they're literally the same thing.
Like, a painter painting something they see in their head of a bridge over a river or whatever, rather than capturing reality. Like, a lot of the movies you're showing here have fucking aliens or magic in them. Of course they're not trying to capture reality, but they are trying to capture a fictional world that has its own established rules, and when those rules are broken or ignored, that damages the experience for a lot of people. That's why a lot of the people make the complaints they do. It's not people reading fucking BuzzFeed articles and regurgitating them. They're people with legitimate complaints.
Yeah, this whole video is just a massive fucking L.
Yeah. When you begin to lower your standards, you'll let more egregious shit pass, then it'll start a domino effect so this clown could fuck off. Yeah. And we've seen that time and time and time again. Look how Star Wars has declined over the years. Look how Star Trek has declined over the years. Look how Elder Scrolls and Fallout have declined over the years. Look how Saints Row has declined over the years. Because, you know, Star Wars, it's a good movie, A New Hope. But a stormtrooper bumped his head, so Obi-Wan hiding Leia under his coat in a room full of stormtroopers, and no one notices that, like, there's clearly someone under his coat. That's perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm. Team America S tier movie. Alec Baldwin dies.
That's one prediction Team America got wrong. He didn't die on set. Someone else did.
Yeah, and he got off for it. Film Actors Guild, yeah.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Cree, I don't know what you mean. There hasn't been a new Saints Row in years, so it can't go downhill. Yeah.
Oh, God, how I wish that were true.
Same.
We can get caught up all we want in the semantics of whether or not a movie plot followed the made-up rules for the made-up story.
Okay, now you're just being fucking reductive, you fucking cunt. I hate this shit.
Now you're literally just saying who fucking cares if a story actually follows its own rules and plot. Who fucking cares? Everyone fucking cares. Except for you, apparently, because you're a goddamn brain-dead idiot. Oh my god.
The reductiveness of it is what's pissing me off so much. Oh, it's just made-up rules for a made-up story. Why the fuck do you think those rules exist in the first place, you absolute brainlet?
Oh my god. And keep in mind, if this person, again, the same trap that all these idiots fall into, if you criticize any film at all, you are a hypocrite. You're a fucking hypocrite. If there's even a single movie that you say that you don't like and that it has too many problems, or it's just an objectively bad film, or it's just not a good film, or it sucks, you are a fucking hypocrite who is going against your own fucking belief. You fucking moron.
Did I hear such back?
Yes.
Yep, I am back.
Good, we're rewinding because I want to get your take on something really dumb that pissed me off.
It reminds me of the transition in art from realism to impressionism and beyond. The focus shifted from trying to capture a picture of the world around you as accurately as possible to trying to capture the general feelings and impressions of the world around you.
What the fuck does that have to do with movies?
Even better, does he want to go back into, like, how realism came back during World War One? Or, like, holy shit, because they wanted to depict the horrors of what was going on. It was no longer glorious or anything like that, and it sparked an entire new movement. It's just, like, yeah, this doesn't have anything to do with fucking plot holes, you idiot. Holy god!
$5 from Dileocon, thank you. Hello, Stag. Is this video close to father stabbing Moldman level or above? It's not quite that bad. Alright, time to get your take on the next part, Setch.
We can get in the semantics of whether or not a movie plot followed the made-up rules for the made-up story, but in my opinion...
Whoa, hold on. It needs to be consistent to its own universe and writing.
Yeah, but Setch, they're made-up rules for a made-up world. Why do you care? It's all made up.
Oh, congratulations, it's all made up. So then, in this moment, Sully eats Boo, and then goes on and starts murdering everybody at his workplace.
And then we get the big reveal that he was actually a postal worker this entire time, and we just didn't know it.
Yeah, and it was all an allegory. He takes off the mask and everything like that, and you realize that he was just working at the post office. That's it.
I just hate the reductiveness of it. Oh, it's made up, so it doesn't matter. There's no reason to have any kind of standards for quality.
There can be no stakes. There's no plot lines. There's no characterization. It's all made up. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. It's just such a dumb fucking take, and I hate it.
And it's crucial for a piece of art like a film to impart a theme, a message.
No. No.
It
doesn't have to have a theme or a message. Okay, it doesn't necessarily, like, that's not a requirement for the movie itself.
However, if a movie is going for that, then it is important that your world does make sense and is consistent with itself.
Yes. Like, if you're going for themes, if you're going for a message, then you need the movie, the video game, the book, whatever, not to have plot holes, not to contradict itself. You need it to be consistent through.
Or a feeling. For me, the movie that brought me back home was Pacific Rim, because I like that sort of thing, and I'm no longer afraid to admit it. And you know what?
Why would you be afraid to admit it, you pathetic loser?
Yeah, what the fuck?
It's not like you're coming out and saying, oh, Hello Kitty is my favorite series ever. You're saying, oh, the movie about robots punching the shit out of giant creatures, yeah, that's my favorite. Cool, good for you. Why the fuck were you scared of saying that? What? God, it's so... I have no other way to describe it. It's so pathetic.
Hey, by his own logic, Pacific Rim could have taken place in the StarCraft universe, and they met Sarah Kerrigan and went on an adventure to the Lego movie, so like that. Because it's all made up rules and everything, right? Made up plots.
If it's all made up, then why not in the next Pacific Rim movie, we just have, I don't know, why don't we have a robot that has a laser that just instantly blows up the head of every kaiju without effort? Because, I mean, sure, maybe it doesn't make sense, but, you know, they just do. Because it's fiction and nothing matters. Or better yet, since it's fiction and nothing matters, and it's just made-up rules for a made-up world, what the kaiju comes into the city, right? And you have a man with, like, a kitchen knife, okay? Just like a normal-sized guy with a kitchen knife. And he runs up to the kaiju and stabs it in the foot, and it dies. I mean, it's made-up rules for a made-up world in a made-up story. So, surely that's not going to be a problem, right? I mean, why would it be? Plot hole? What's a plot hole? Makes total sense to me that stabbing this creature in the foot with a kitchen knife would kill it.
Oh, don't worry, Curry. We can just write around that plot hole by saying it was a rusty kitchen knife, and the aliens, the kaiju, are hyper allergic to rust. It kills them instantly.
Well, I guess we should all take we should take all the kaijus to a certain Alec Baldwin movie that's coming out. Because yeah, that's the weakness you set up for yourself when you say, "Oh, I don't care about plot holes, and neither should you," and just like dumb shit like that. Is you open yourself up to your favorite things being attacked with, like, just ridiculous scenarios because, well, it's made up shit, so we can make any shit up that will ruin your movie because it's not following the rules that you said don't matter. Get fucked, loser.
Yep.
What? I might as well add that I think the Jaden Smith version of the Karate Kid wasn't that bad. Jackie Chan's character is iconic and no one can...
Okay, it was bad for a lot of reasons, but one thing that it was actually good for was that it actually showed proper martial arts, not the weird fucking nonsense the crane kick no can defend from. It's like, that's that's dumb. Like this, the new the new Karate Kid movie did have better grounding in what martial arts actually was, and it was interesting to hear somebody talk about like why you use martial arts and that martial arts was in everything. Like, it was the way you carried yourself. It was the way you pick up the jacket, put on the jacket, the way you treat other people. Like, that's what it was. It was an entire philosophy for life, not just how do you fight. It was about how you live, how you conduct yourself as a person, as a human being. And that was a very interesting message for that movie.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, Alec Baldwin. What a fantastic quote. I still remember immediately after that fucking happened. It was in October, and it was like the immediate episode of Friday Night Tights after that was on Halloween, or close enough to it. And they were all dressed up in costumes for it. And Ryan Kittle came in with a cowboy costume purely because of that incident.
I still can't I can't stop thinking of the fucking song that was made shortly after it.
Oh yeah, there's a live round in that prop.
There's a live round in that prop. Oh, that was so fucking good. I miss the good old days.
Tell me. For you, maybe it's your favorite cheesy rom-com that toxic film buffs love to hate. Heck, maybe it's Suicide Squad or...
Okay, the reason that people, it's not just toxic film buffs, there's the reason people that get annoyed with rom-coms, because they're usually asinine, contrived nonsense. Just, they will get together at the end. That's it. That's how it always plays out. There's just annoyance on the road to getting there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, the original Suicide Squad was fucking objectively terrible. Fuck off.
Yeah, this movie was awful. The Suicide Squad was much better.
Yeah. Still a lot of autism in that movie, but still good. Well, decent.
Funny. We'll give it that.
Or Batman, for all I care. The point is, I don't care, and
I don't care. That's why I made a 13-minute video talking about why I don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good
Sorry,
God.
12 and a half
You
minute.
clearly care, like a lot. In fact, it annoys you. You can tell it annoys him.
Well, yeah, he literally started his fucking videos with these fucking Redditors.
Yeah.
Not fucking BuzzFeed.
Not just you fucking Redditors, but it's like, oh, I'm glad I got that off my chest.
Yeah, exactly.
Clearly, you care.
That.
Stop lying at the end.
That's literally a lie at the end. So fuck off.
$5 from Enerjack5. Oh, thank you. Hello, my friends. I love listening to your video and seeing you just rip apart some brain-dead YouTuber. It's great. Also, what do you think of Star Killer Charter?
Character?
Maybe character?
Might be.
Like,
yeah, that looks like his attempt at character. He's clearly running out of space there.
Yeah.
I've never played the games that Starkiller is in, so I don't know. I just know I've seen one clip of him using the Force to bring down an entire Star Destroyer, or at least move it, and I don't like that. The Force should absolutely... I know Yoda says size doesn't matter. It should matter a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
It should matter a little bit.
Because otherwise, if size doesn't matter, if we're going to work on that scale, and there's going to be a Force user that'll move a planet or some bullshit.
Well, yeah, that's the example I was going to use. You can either have a Force user shoot a planet into a sun, or shoot it out of orbit so it becomes a rogue planet, and, like, you don't even need to do anything. As it flies through the vacuum of space with no sun to heat it or light it, everything is going to freeze, like, really fucking quick.
Yeah.
That entire planet is fucked.
Oh, you know what they should do in the next movie? They should just have a Jedi rip a moon out of the fucking orbit and just use it to, like a wrecking ball to destroy all the, Empire ships around them.
All the super strong Empire ships with Death Star cannons on them that will die in one shot.
Yep. They could be completely surrounded around the planet that they're on, and the fucking Jedi can just grab the moon out of orbit and use it like a wrecking ball and just destroy all of the fucking ships in orbit around the planet so they can escape.
The sad thing about what you're saying is that doesn't even come across as fucking hyperbolic, like...
I know! That's the sad thing, is I
can imagine them doing.
I could totally see them doing that and then being like, well, Starkiller pulled down a fucking, you know, an entire Empire ship, so it's not that far off. Entire Star Destroyer.
I hope the rest of this video is self-shilling. Please God, let the rest of it be self-shilling. Because he just title dropped.
Either if a film made you feel something or think something new or got you excited, it did its job.
Every film makes me feel something. Some films make me feel fucking bored. Are you gonna say that film did its job?
What a fucking load of crap.
Yeah, this is awful.
Some films
this
make
movie
me feel
made me
anger
fucking
for
pissed off.
yeah, some films make me feel anger for how shittily they're written. Is the film doing its job? Because it gave you a feel.
Yeah, according to his logic, yes, it did in fact succeed at what it was trying to do.
If I learned something from a movie, and that what I learned was, wow, I'm not going to do something that fucking dumb as what this movie did. Did the movie do its job?
I'd argue no, but this guy would probably say, well, yeah, duh.
I'm so sick of this feels over real fucking bullshit.
I am too. I'm so done with this shit.
Yeah.
And what matters here is that we, as members of the film community, realize that when we spend more time talking about everything wrong with movies instead of everything right about them, we're definitely doing.
Just
You
be
can
positive.
do both. They're not mutually exclusive. You can talk about the good things and the bad things of any given movie.
Just be positive, Pagan. Just be positive. That's it.
You know, just be
It's
positive.
talk
Only ever be
positivity again.
positive. Never be negative about anything ever, because that's
Yeah,
just
don't ever
wrong.
learn from any mistakes, because you can't bring up anything about mistakes. Nope, never at all. Just be positive.
Also, we're a community now? Yeah, apparently we are.
Yeah.
Again, like...
I don't want to be part of this guy's community. Fuck that.
Yeah, exactly.
Seems like it's a community filled with idiots.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out what community he's talking about, because at first he mentioned, oh, this is Reddit bullshit. So, clearly, despite sounding like a massive Redditor himself, clearly he doesn't use Reddit if he thinks that low of the site. And now, we're the film watching or criticizing community? Who? Are you including the Redditors you don't like there? Because, I mean, Redditors should be excluded from everything. But, I mean, it just sounds like he's talking about anyone who watches a movie and has something to say about it. Suddenly we're a community now.
Anyone who fucking has the wrong opinion, apparently, to him.
About everything wrong with movies instead of everything right about them, we're definitely doing something very wrong.
We see faults in things and we don't want to see those faults again, and we're talking about those faults, so we're doing something wrong.
Yeah.
Yep. No, you should just let those things be bad and get worse, because it shouldn't matter if it's bad or not. You should just enjoy it.
We want quality from the things we want, so we're doing something wrong by pointing out how they can fix those things in the future. Or pointing out problems with the things we have now.
Yeah, no, constructive feedback is bad. Don't do that. Don't ever do that.
Never seek to improve. Just be shitty forever. In fact, it is your obligation to get worse than you are now. If you're good at something, find a way to make those skills leave your brain, so you get worse at it.
Yep.
Yeah.
What matters is how you feel. This guy's on some lethal doses of copium. It sure sounds like it.
Stop letting ourselves define things only by what's wrong with them, by the
What if there's something that only has something wrong with it, like The Last Jedi?
Hell, what if it's just something that is majoritively just bad? Like, what if there's so few good things about it that they're not even worth mentioning?
Not just that. If something is, like, exceptionally bad, like, let's say 80% bad, why should I be obligated to talk about the good things? If, Fallout 4, for example, most of that game is fucking dog shit if you look at the, like, the actual quality of the content. And by content, I mean the stuff for you to do. Quests, mainly. If all those quests are shit, then why should I be obligated to say, oh, well, power armor works as it probably should. It's more like a vehicle. That's pretty decent. Why should I be obligated to do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have to be obligated to talk about it, and even if you did, it doesn't fix the problems of the rest of the film, or the game, or any other piece of media.
Yeah.
Yep.
And honestly, I don't even think I've seen well, I guess I haven't seen many people talk about Prisoner of Azkaban, but I've never really seen it, like, framed as, like, oh, it's only its bad parts.
Yeah, I don't think I have either. I don't think I've ever heard anybody outright say that Prisoner of Azkaban was, like, the worst of Harry Potter or anything.
In fact, it was my understanding that all these movies were beloved. It's only actually very recently when I've been watching a few streams with Nerdrotic and a few others on it, where they were Nerdrotic, Ryan Kinnell, and a few others did a Harry Potter stream the other day where they were talking about some issues they had with the movies. And I could definitely see where they're coming from. But that still doesn't change the fact that these movies are still beloved.
Yep. For the longest time, it was all the fucking left could talk about. It's the only movie they knew of. The only book series that they knew of.
Books, yeah.
I'm old enough to remember the era of read another book.
Read another book, yeah.
Yeah, read another book. It's only been, like, the past few years that they've turned against it, and it's only because the fucking writer doesn't agree with them on certain political topics. So
on
therefore, it's all
one
bad.
Agrees with them
on literally
95%
one
of the
thing.
way. 95%. J.K. Rowling agrees with them. The 5% that she doesn't, though, we'll kill her, burn her, destroy her. So it's like, okay.
$5 from Grandmaster Pie. Thank you. Sorry, I have to go make dinner, which is shrimp skewers for the family. Catch the rest of this torture later. Oh well, thank you. I hope you enjoy the rest of the suffering later.
Make sure you clean out the poop vein.
Unless it's already deveined.
That's certainly a comment. We're almost done with this video anyway, so the stream isn't going to be that much longer.
Yeah, and then I have one little thing for us to watch, or at least a small bit of a little thing for us to watch.
Small inconsistent plot holes. We should instead appreciate each film for what it does bring to the table.
So literally, just ignore all the bad, talk about the good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's toxic positivity.
Yeah.
That's
so
the
even
best
if
part
a film,
no, bad.
Even if a film is 80% bad, just talk about the good thing. Just talk about the one good thing about it and what it has to bring to the table, and ignore everything else. Don't talk about the bad part, though.
Yep. You know what? This video has inspired me. I'm going to make a new video talking about all the good parts of Saints Row 2022. Like, well, that's all for my positive review of Saints Row 2022.
Yeah,
I would put that as a YouTube short, honestly. Here is a list of all the good things about Saints Row 2022. And make sure you stop by the STAG podcast sometime. Goodbye, everybody.
Yeah, like I'm genuinely trying to think of like one thing that can be used as like oh, here's the one thing. I can't even think of the one thing. I don't know if there is one thing.
The good part of Saints Row 2022, it ends.
It destroyed the studio that made it. Hang on, there we go. There's a good part.
Honestly, yeah, that's pretty much the only good thing I could think of with that fucking game, is that it killed Volition.
He's at. One of my English teachers put it best once. And though he was talking about the process of grading essays instead of watching movies, I think the sentiment holds up quite nicely.
Oh no.
So I would like to point out that this is the perfect manipulative, like, editing, like, somber scene with the music in the background, and now he's going to give a inspiring quote to leave you on something so it can manipulate all the idiots in the audience. That video was actually really good.
Yeah. I hate this shit. I hate it so much.
Yeah.
It's like, I love that he criticizes like BuzzFeed articles and shit like that, and then he's literally doing the fucking video essayist, like clickbait shit that
nonsense.
Yeah, that everyone does. It's like, oh my god, you're literally no different than the thing you criticize.
You either die a hero or live long enough to become the villain. Welcome to the top 10 good things about Forspoken. Thanks for watching. Like and subscribe.
I can't believe there's actually a video trying to defend that game, and like it's actually really good. Oh my god.
Alright, let's see where he's... Oh, also, in before his teacher fucking poisons his mind against criticism.
Yes. Let's hear this quote.
When you stop looking at what isn't there and start looking at what is there, your mindset shifts.
But we are looking at what's there. What the fuck are you talking about?
You're the one that you are literally the one. You are literally the one arguing that people should ignore what's there, that they should not look at what's there. You fucking idiot. You are literally the opposite of the quote you're giving, you fucking idiot.
It's literally... It applies to the two main movies he's been talking about in this video. The fucking Prisoner of Azkaban and A Quiet Place. If you pay attention to what's there, okay, the Time Turner and the Waterfall, which completely changes everything for both scenarios.
Yep.
Oh my god, I can't believe this. That is fucking hilarious. I love that he ends his fucking video with a quote that is the exact opposite of what he's been saying throughout the entire fucking video. That is hilarious. What a fucking idiot. Actual fucking lobotomite.
And you know, he thought this was like super deep and like
Meaningful.
A great way to end the video because, oh, you're looking at what's not there, you know, not using the Time Turner to kill Voldemort and not moving to the cave. Those things aren't in the movie, and that's why you're putting so much focus onto them. If you just to pay attention to what is in the movie, then you probably wouldn't find these problems. It's like, what the fuck?
From looking at everything there is to hate to searching for something to love.
Shut the fuck up, you fucking idiot.
I want to get the full quote because I think that's still part of what his teacher was saying.
I doubt his teacher said that last bit. I doubt it.
That's why I want to hear it in full context because I don't know if it is a part of that or not. Hold on.
I think the sentiment holds up quite nicely. To quote, when you stop looking at what isn't there and start looking at what is there, your mindset shifts. You go from looking at everything there is to hate to searching for something to love.
That seems like it's part of the same quote.
Yeah, and I'm gonna put, what is, for 1,000, Alex, what is something that didn't happen? You made it the fuck up.
I had to really hold back.
But yes,
from not
that is
saying
absolutely
something there at the end.
For
when I
anyone
got
that's
really
doing
mad.
the bingo, that is absolutely music makes feels. That was manipulation at its finest.
Mm-hmm.
Also, that quote on its own is just dumb. Don't look for things that are bad. Look for things that are good. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Don't pay attention to things that aren't there. Pay attention to things that are there. Okay, what if what is there is all shit?
Yeah, but then you're looking for things to hate.
Yeah.
And because you're looking for things to hate, you're not finding things that are good. Oh, God, what a pathetic fucking video. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that was actual dog shit.
It was absolutely awful. Holy shit. Okay.
I just look at
hey,
chat.
let's get a palate cleanser shot.
Okay.
There's still
Well,
9
you get
seconds
that.
left. He could
All
say
right,
another...
All right, here we go.
He could say another retardation in that 9 seconds.
Yeah. You're right.
Oh, thank God.
And.
Thank
okay.
God.
Dead.
Thank
Dead.
God.
Good. Here we go. Palate cleanser time. For any of you that haven't seen Birdemic, I want you to watch this moment.
How long is it?
I'm gonna jump to the 30-second mark, and then I'm just gonna play it for like 10 seconds. I would recommend volume, by the way.
You would.
Yes.
Okay.
I would turn it.
We're gonna have to
maybe
pause it
half.
because it's such a long clip.
No, it's only 1:41 seconds long, but I just wanted to get a specific part of it.
Yeah, I know, but you said it's gonna be playing for 10 seconds. We need to pause it.
There's no way we're gonna need to pause this.
I'm being safe than sorry. I don't want to get hit by copyright for fucking anything.
Alright, well, we can play for 5 seconds then.
We could play it for 5 seconds, stop, and then play the other 5 seconds.
Okay, let me get the exact time then. Okay, there we go. For anyone that doesn't know anything about Birdemic, I'm sorry, but also, get fucked.
Oh no.
You ready?
No.
Here we go.
Why the fuck was there an airplane sound?
They're just that devastating.
Yeah, you think, oh, that was only one time. That can't possibly...
How are birds causing massive explosions when they crash into houses?
Oh, this fucking movie. Oh, we should. Oh no, we can't. But I was gonna say we should show the fucking scene of them fighting off the birds that aren't there with the clothes hangers.
Oh no.
Well, no, we can show that. We just can't get the full context of it, but it is one of the most infamous scenes, and for a good reason. Let's see. There's the clapping scene. Oh, here we go. The famous coat hanger scene. Here we
Yo, Fallout 4 graphics.
All right, so I'm gonna put it at
The
13.
voices will not stop has been on a fucking roll today. I love their one comment up here where they're just like, shit, where'd it go? Hold on. I just blew up a game studio with my mind.
Yeah, voices is usually pretty good. Hey,
Here
voices.
you go, chat.
Hey, the voices will not stop. How are the voices today? Have they stopped yet?
They never stop.
Yeah, this is the most famous scene right here in the entire movie. It's right here. Prepare yourself because you're not ready. The birds are coming to attack our fearless band of good doers.
Sure. Oh my god, it's so fucking bad. It's just gifts that are barely moving.
God.
And like
The meds are kicking in.
I like how the camera is moving back and forth and the birds are moving with them or with it.
Yes. Oh god.
Alright, I'm gonna grab this super chat first and then go back to get the other one because this one's asking me to read a message. 6 Malaysian ringgits from Pendekar Mando. Thank you. Sorry, Cree, can you read my comment above? Once or twice you guys mentioned that Cinema Sins is more correct with bad movies. Mostly true, but I want to hear your reaction to the fact that in Star Wars Rise of Skywalker, he removed the sin for Rey Skywalker. That's fucking retarded.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Yeah, that's awful.
Yeah, Cinema Sins is still shit. Don't get me wrong. Cinema Sins is absolute dog shit. But they tend to get it right more often than Cinema Wins. Because
Yeah.
This is the thing. With good movies, Cinema Sins has to stretch to make their dings. With bad movies, they can give legitimate criticism occasionally to get their dings. So they end up being right on stuff with that. Cinema Wins doesn't even fucking try. Because when they have a good movie where there's genuine things to give a win ding to, he ignores that to ding about, like, shit that doesn't matter, doesn't mean anything. Oh, hey, there's a guy who has bagpipes. Ding.
Yep.
All of you are pronouncing it wrong. It's pronounced Geoff.
No. It's GIF. GIF.
It is GIF. $5 from Enerjack5. Thank you. In the book, the ship was already going down. He only helped it along. Also, if you think that's OP, then you might not like the Star Wars EU. It gets stupid.
Yeah, there are parts of it.
I'm not saying
you did
all
miss
of...
Dilio Cons.
Oh, I'll grab that too then. I do think... Like, I don't think the EU is perfect. I haven't experienced all that content, but just from the sheer volume of content, there's no way that it's completely flawless or consistent with the original trilogy. Or doesn't go into crazy territory. But I don't think Disney should have deleted it either.
Yeah.
$5 from Dileocon, thank you. Hey Sedge, will you do a cursed Halo stream in the future? Don't play Legendary difficulty. The mod is almost unbeatable and very, very brutal.
I could do it. Again, it could be a bounty. If somebody wants to make me do it, they could just do it for a bounty as well. But I won't rule out the possibility, but I likely won't do it on my own.
Everyone knows GIF is pronounced Greg. Ah! If GIF is Geoff, then I will go down the pet store and buy a Jolden Retriever and Jold Metal dog food.
Someone made the genuine point that it can be pronounced Yif because the J acts as a Y in a lot of different countries. And then so the Voices Will Not Stop says, if I ever meet someone who pronounces GIF as Yif, I'm going to jail for felony tomfoolery.
Alright, do we have anything else before we end the stream?
Sure.
What?
Open the
No!
door.
Alright. For real though, anything else? Or is it chilling time?
I think it's chilling time.
Yeah.
Oh. Pagan!
I have a YouTube channel. I'm still waiting on my model before I really do anything on it, though. It exists. There you go.
Alright. Pagan, your turn.
I already went!
Pagan, your turn.
No!
That's your turn.
Alrighty, cool.
Pagan, your
hi,
turn.
It's me. How's Emily? Your turn. Oh wait.
Honestly, I was considering doing that before I said your turn, Satch. Go ahead.
Sir Ben, your turn. Yeah. No, I'm Sedge. Hi. I'm the one that's always on the right. Apparently. And I am always right. There you go. Fantastic. It fits. I stream over on twitch.tv. I do have a YouTube channel. There's not much on it. There's some stuff on it. Not a lot yet. I'm still working on the Halo Reach script. So that is in the works. That is being plugged away at. Not as much as I like. I get in weird things where I get an itch to go do something else instead, when I really do need to focus on the Halo Reach script. I really do need to. I'm going to count myself. I'll focus on something else instead. But I stream every weekday on Twitch from 10 a.m. Eastern Time to 1 p.m. Eastern Time. So there's a 3-hour block there if you want to come there and see. And yeah, we just finished the game. We just finished all the Half-Life lore. So, except for Half-Life Alyx, because I don't have a VR headset. So yeah, we've done all of Half-Life, including Portal and everything. We've finished most of Control. We're on to the final DLC of Control. And on the side, we're going to be doing some more Elden Ring and stuff like that. So, yeah, feel free to come by. I do a variety of different games. And if you want to force me to play a game, you can put a bounty down on it.
Oh.
And, yeah, that'll That's pretty much it. I do have final veto powers on certain bounties. Because, again, I'm not playing porn games on stream. That's not happening. Yeah, otherwise, bounties are pretty much open for everything. Just, yeah, if you put down a thing and I veto a bounty, you can immediately transfer all that stuff to another bounty that would be approved. So, yeah. Yeah, well, I didn't do Hunt Down the Freeman yet, because it's bad fan fiction. It doesn't count. It's not actual lore.
Yes, it is.
No.
It's the most canon game out of all the Half-Life games.
No. I will be moving over to Rumble at some point, and I'm going to set up a subscribe star as well for when that happens, so yeah. Oh! Oh, Rapire still got the coof, so he's going to see me tomorrow. Okay.
Your Honor, who is sex and how did my client offend them? Oh!
Oh, no.
Alright, you done, Setch?
Yep.
Okay. Pagan, your turn!
You again.
I'm working on stuff. I've got 3 videos I'm working on at the same time because I want to release them fairly close to each other. Progress is going very well on that. I haven't really talked about this publicly yet, but I've decided I'm going to try and upload the Saints Row video again. But, key difference here, because I've already uploaded it twice, I'm going to be adding extra stuff to the video. So I'm going to be doing a few missions I skipped before, and addressing one certain little thing that happened since making that video. And it's going to be like 99% censored. There's going to be the rare fuck here and there that I'm going to leave in for effect, but they're going to be extremely few and far between, to the point of like maybe less than a dozen. And editing on that is going well. Any news on the Skyrim analysis? It is on hold until I get these 3 videos out, hopefully soonish. And Amnesia the Bunker is supposed to release in May. And at this point, I'm fucking praying that it is at the very least mediocre, so I don't have to fucking do a video on it, because if this turns into another Amnesia Rebirth, I'm gonna be pissed, because I'm gonna need to do a video on it. And I really don't want to delay the 3 videos I'm working on. Or any of the other stuff I want to be working on, and, you know. You know. But anyways, yeah. Thank you for coming out, everyone. It's very much appreciated. Hope to see you next time, whenever that may be. I believe we're still on for Wednesday for doing the, it won't be a STAG stream, but it'll be a stream covering, videos like what Chills does, and like what, Nuke's Top 5 does, where it's like, oh, here's the top 15 ghosts, and just stuff like that, and laughing at them, and, like, talking about how fake they look. They're great.
Mm-hmm.
Both of you are still up for that on Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so not a porn game. You know that allows your fans to put a bounty on Dream Daddy. If they want to, they can. I don't know why they would want to, but yeah, as long as it's not a porn game. Like, as long as it's not something that'll, you know, get the channel taken down. Put me on a list. I'm already on enough lists as very constitutional-minded.
Oh. Anyways, yeah, have a good night, everyone. Thank you for coming out. See you next time.
Bye.
Yeah.